Slow Simmer. Book 4 in the Island Escapes series by Caitlin Lynch. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Author's note. Michelin do not produce an Australian version of their famous guide, and hence there are no Australian restaurants with Michelin stars, a fact of which I was unaware when I wrote Finding Corey and gave the resort's top restaurant a Michelin star. That said, who's to say they might not produce one day? And it's not like they'd give restaurants advance warning they were assessing them for ratings. Could happen any time. Any time at all. Chapter 1. Suzannah Monteil could speak 4 languages fluently and swear like a sailor in half a dozen more. It was the latter skill she utilised as she stared at the disaster on her serving counter. Her long, capable fingers slashed at the air as she expressed her extreme displeasure with the sagging mess masquerading as a wedding cake her cringing pastry chef was trying to pretend had nothing to do with her. "Suzannah!" A shout finally broke into her tirade, and she whirled on the heels of her sensible shoes, green eyes afire with fury. She didn't calm down in the slightest, even as she came face to face with her boss, resort manager Luke Collier. "Look at it!" she shouted, pointing a trembling finger at the lopsided cake. "Look at it, Luke! I cannot send that out of my kitchen. Not tomorrow. Not ever." Summoned by the maître d'hôtel, who'd merely informed him that his temperamental chef was in a taking again, Luke surveyed the cake and bit his lip, wincing. Suzannah might have lost her temper, but she certainly had cause this time. "That's not a good-looking cake," he said finally. "Is that supposed to be the wedding cake for the big wedding tomorrow?" Being chosen as the venue for the wedding of a movie star and a supermodel was a major coup for Sunfish Island, and Luke was well aware it was in large part because of La Sirène, the restaurant Suzannah ran with an iron fist. One of the first restaurants in Australia to be awarded a Michelin star, La Sirène was one of the resort's major attractions. And there was no way in hell that travesty of a cake could be served up to the 200 guests attending tomorrow's ceremony, many of them celebrities with huge social media followings. "What's your plan?" he asked calmly, as Suzannah trembled with rage. He knew his executive chef. She'd already solved the problem in her head, but she needed to vent. "I can fix it," the hapless pastry chef said. "I will fix it," Suzannah said testily. "By starting again, from scratch. The cake has collapsed because it is not well made, which means just stripping the icing off and redecorating is unacceptable. Undoubtedly I will be up all night." She glowered, and Luke winced again. It was nearing midnight already, and the wedding was at 11 in the morning, a lunchtime reception to follow. "Thank you," he said inadequately. "It is my reputation on the line, is it not?" She shrugged in a very Gallic way. "Unless we want this idiot's creation to end up on cakerex.com, I have to fix it." Luke choked at the mere idea. Suzannah shot him a wry smile before turning to point at the pastry chef. "Vicky?" She swiveled her finger towards the door. "Get out. You're fired." "But—" Vicky looked at Luke for support. "Nope. You're fired. You've got 24 hours to gather your stuff and get off the island." Suzannah was well within her rights to fire the woman for a disaster of this magnitude, and Luke had no intention of undermining her authority in the restaurant. Even though Vicky was several years older than Suzannah, she didn't have a tenth of Suzannah's talents. "Bitch!" Vicky hissed at Suzannah. "Good luck finding someone to replace me. Nobody wants to work for a control freak like you." "That's enough," Luke said sharply. "Get your things. You're on the first boat to Airlie in the morning, and if you want any kind of reference from us at all, You'll be spending the rest of the night packing and preparing to leave quietly." "Thank you," Suzannah said with a sigh as Vicky stormed out, shooting vindictive glares at everyone who even glanced in her direction. Unbuttoning her white chef's coat, stained after a long evening cooking, Suzannah shrugged out of it and stretched briefly before tossing it in a waiting laundry hamper and reaching for a fresh one. "Well, I'd better get started on this cake." "Can I get you any extra help?" Luke asked. "I know your staff are all about to clock off for the night, but I can authorize some overtime if you need. I'm sure some of them would be willing to stay and help you get the cake done quicker." Suzannah shook her head. "I will be faster working alone, without any of them to distract me." "Don't worry, Luke. Nobody will ever know that even existed." She shook her head over the awful cake. "You're a superstar, Suzannah." "I know." She smiled at him before turning away, picking up the offending cake and tossing it straight into the food waste disposal bin. "Now leave me alone to cook. And for God's sake, find me a decent pastry chef. If La Sirène is going to be the first Australian restaurant outside Melbourne or Sydney with 2 Michelin stars, I need the best." "Well, we can advertise the position, shortlist some people for interview." "Non!" Suzannah reverted to her native French briefly, waving her arms for emphasis. "I do not have time for all that nonsense. You and Jace promised me I should have whatever I wanted. Well, I want the best. Find me the best." Luke watched as Suzannah turned away, headed over to the huge industrial refrigerators to pull out eggs, milk and butter. He had every confidence that she would pull off a spectacular cake by tomorrow, and it would be the crowning highlight to an incredible meal for the 200 guests, which would be raved about and end up extending the already long waiting list for a table at La Sirène even further. Suzannah Monteil had put Sunfish Island on the foodies' map by winning that Michelin star, and Luke, with the approval of Jace Hunter, the resort's billionaire owner, had indeed promised her anything she wanted. Despite her temperamental attitude, this was the first thing she'd asked him to deal with for her, so he figured he'd better come up with the goods. He hoped Jace had some ideas, because he honestly had no idea where to start looking. Being a billionaire, Jace must have eaten in a lot of fancy restaurants. Maybe he'd have contacts who could suggest someone. 24 hours later, Suzannah finally collapsed into her bed. It had been one of the longest days of her life, even for a professional chef used to early mornings and late nights. She'd slaved all night to create the spectacular 3-tiered wedding cake, decorated in the bride's signature pale pink and white checks, then supervised her staff as they prepared the all-organic specialty local produce menu the bridal couple insisted upon, with almost 25% of the serves being further specialised, of course. Gluten-free, nut-free, seafood-free, lactose-free and vegan food had all been prepared and served to their guests, and many images of the beautifully prepared and presented dishes had been uploaded to Instagram and Twitter accounts, with followers numbering in the millions. Tables at La Sirène were booked out 3 months in advance now. Suzannah smiled wearily into her pillow, a smile of genuine satisfaction. By any measure, the day had been a huge success, even though she'd worked herself to exhaustion making it as perfect as she could. Until Luke found her a new pastry chef, she'd have to take over the pastry kitchen herself and supervise her sous chefs in the main kitchen, and she groaned at the thought of the extra hours she'd have to put in. With any luck, they'd hire a replacement who was up to her exacting standards within a few weeks. Suzannah's tired, stinging eyes finally closed. She had to be up in 5 hours to select the fish from the fresh catch for the following evening's menu, and while normally she might catch a couple more hours' sleep after that, there were 2 more big weddings coming up that week, with specialty cakes to prepare. She might as well get started tomorrow to avoid having to pull another all-nighter. She fell asleep with visions of wedding cakes dancing in her head and woke just before her alarm from a nightmare of being featured on cake racks. Shaking her head to clear the last vestiges of the bad dream, she shuddered with the memory. Her career would be over if something like that ever happened. It was every chef's nightmare to end up on a foodie disasters blog, or to be named and shamed in a harsh review in a major publication. She'd known several who ended up retiring in disgrace from haute cuisine. You just never knew when a mystery diner might end up at one of your tables. Nobody in Australian fine dining circles had any idea Michelin were expanding their critic programme to include Australia for the first time, after all, until the first Michelin Australia guide was published and La Sirene's phone started ringing off the hook. The buzzing of her alarm roused Suzannah from a sound sleep, and she reached out to silence it with a groan, immediately pushing herself upright. She was far too experienced to allow her eyes to close again. That way lay blissful oblivion, and being hopelessly late. Which in her job meant she didn't get first pick of the fish from the boat which pulled into the island's dock at 5 o'clock every morning. For the last 3 weeks, she'd been running both the pastry kitchen and the main restaurant kitchen, and the pressure was beginning to take a toll. She hadn't managed more than 5 hours of sleep a night since summarily firing Vicky, and though she'd do exactly the same thing again, she was really hoping Luke and Jace came up with a replacement soon. Jace had taken off in his private jet for Europe a few days ago, and she had her fingers crossed he might have her new pastry chef with him on his return. And also that whoever he hired was competent at the least. She was in no mood to clean up any more of other people's messes. The dinner-hour rush was just beginning when Suzannah heard her name called and looked up to see Luke standing at the doorway between the two kitchens. Handing her blowtorch and the task of caramelizing brown sugar on the top of individual crème brûlées over to an assistant, she made her way over to him. "What?" she said brusquely. There was a man standing behind Luke, she registered, just on the other side of the doorway. There was something familiar about the way he stood, lounging comfortably with one hip against the counter, ankles crossed, arms folded. Her eyes flew to his face, and she took in the designer stubble, the chiselled cheekbones, the amused gleam in honey gold eyes. "Oh, no," she said. "Meet your new pastry chef." Luke sounded really quite excited. "We have our very own celebrity now, Suzannah. Carlo Gianetti." "I know who he is." Suzannah kept her tone flat. "And he's not staying." "Can't take the competition." Carlo's voice sounded exactly as she remembered, a sensual husky rasp, which still made goosebumps raise up on her skin. Suzannah narrowed her eyes at him. "There is no competition. This is my kitchen, and you don't belong in it. Get out." "Now just a minute," Luke cut in. Glancing around, he saw every eye on them. "Outside, the two of you. I don't think this conversation requires an audience." Suzannah glanced around, and immediately everyone's attention was back on their appointed tasks. She sniffed audibly, letting her staff know she wasn't fooled for a moment, and she wouldn't tolerate any inferior dishes being served from her kitchen, before following Luke and Carlo out of the restaurant's rear door. Chapter 2. Seeing Suzannah in the flesh again had left Carlo speechless for several moments. In his memory, she was still the gangly girl, still in her teens, who'd been the first woman he fell in love with. For a full year, they'd worked side by side at the famous Le Cordon Bleu chef school in Paris, competing to each be the best in their class. It was the night after their final presentation exam, before they knew whether they'd passed or not, when they drank far too much wine in a seedy bar and somehow ended up in bed together. That night, Carlo finally understood just why Suzannah got under his skin so much. Why he could take competition from everyone else, male or female, and laugh it off, but why every sniping comment from her made him edgy. They were both young enough not to recognise sexual tension for what it really was. But that night in Suzannah's narrow bed in her tiny garret apartment, they practically blew the roof off with passion. He remembered waking after a brief doze, finding Suzannah's red hair tumbled on the pillow, his face buried in the fragrant curls, before taking her in his arms again. Her smile was like the sun coming up. She'd changed in the 9 years since he'd last seen her. Grown into those gangly legs, developed curves even the stiff chef's coat couldn't disguise. Her face had matured too, losing the last vestiges of her teenage youthfulness and becoming fine-boned, serene as she worked, drawn in tight lines of anger now as she faced him and Luke, her arms folded defensively across her body. Only her hair was unchanged, a thick mass of copper curls. Pinned up atop her head and severely restrained at the moment, Carlo knew when she let it down, the curls would fall almost to her waist. This was a mistake, he found himself thinking, because he'd barely set eyes on her again, and he wanted to kiss her, wanted to unpin her hair and fist both his hands in its thick weight, kiss her until she melted into him, the way she had all those years ago. He shouldn't have come. "I'm sorry you've had a wasted trip," Suzannah said, not sounding sorry at all as the kitchen door closed behind them, giving them some semblance of privacy. "But this obviously isn't going to work out. I'm sure Jace can arrange for your return to Milan." Even though he was already thinking coming had been a mistake, Carlo's hackles rose at her flat dismissal of him before they'd even had a chance to talk. He didn't even have to speak up, though. Luke was already doing that. "Now, just a minute." Luke looked between the two of them. "Do I take it you two already know each other?" "We were at culinary school at the same time in Paris." Carlo waved a dismissive hand, as though to say the past was of no importance. "It was a long time ago." Green eyes flashed as Suzannah glared at him. "What are you even doing here?" she hissed, ignoring Luke completely. "Aren't you happy with your family business in Milan and your status as the hottest celebrity chef on YouTube?" "If you watched my program, which obviously you don't," Carlo said, trying to appear unruffled, "you'd know my younger sister and her husband have taken over the business. My dessert offerings have always been my specialty, and I felt it was for the best they take over general operations and leave me free to do my own thing. Working for a Michelin-starred restaurant as a specialist pastry chef was too good an opportunity to pass up." Not that he'd have accepted a similar offer from any other restaurant. He'd kept track of Suzannah over the years, knew very well where she worked, so when Jace Hunter contacted him out of the blue and asked if he'd be interested in the position at La Sirène, he'd said yes before he even really thought about what he was getting into. Which was, apparently, Suzannah's bad books, as she paced up and down beside the rubbish bins, gesturing rudely and swearing to herself in French. "You do realize I understand every word," Carlo said in the same language. "Yes, but Luke doesn't." Suzannah stopped in her pacing and shot him a ferocious look. "This isn't going to work, Carlo. It can't. I can't work with you." "Why not?" he asked, and heard the echoes of long ago hurt in his voice as he added, "You're the one who left me, remember?" He couldn't see the colour of Suzannah's eyes in the dim light behind the restaurant, but he knew them by heart, could imagine the emerald in them brightening as she stared at him in wide-eyed silence. "If we could return to English for a moment," Luke said dryly, and both of them snapped their heads around guiltily to look at him. "My apologies," Carlo said guiltily. He was always very conscious of his manners, and he did answer to Luke after all. Or would, if Suzannah could be convinced to let him stay. "Suzannah." Luke nodded briefly at Carlo before turning his attention to his executive chef. "Do I take it that whatever issues you have with Carlo have nothing to do with his ability in the kitchen?" "No," Suzannah said sulkily after a pause. "I'm sorry," Luke addressed the remark to Carlo, "but I have to ask her this. Suzannah, has Carlo ever assaulted, threatened, or intimidated you?" "No." She looked shocked at the idea. "No, Luke, it's nothing like that. We have a history, that's all." "We were rivals in culinary school, and then we were lovers," Carlo said baldly, seeing no reason to hide the truth. "I see," Luke said, after a brief moment of shocked silence. Suzannah flushed to the roots of her hair, the darkening cast of her skin visible to the two men, even in the bad light. "It didn't end well," she said, almost inaudibly. For a moment the three of them stood in silence, and then Luke sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I don't think you're being fair," he told Suzannah finally. "How long ago was all this?" 9 years, Suzannah said immediately, making Carlo blink. He could name the exact day and time he last saw her, but hadn't thought she would have the information on the tip of her tongue like that. "And you don't think you've both grown up enough to work together?" Ouch. The biting remark found its target, Carlo saw, as Suzannah's spine stiffened. "Give me an opportunity," he said quickly, before she could lose her temper and say something she might regret. "I'm sure you've learned a lot in 9 years. So have I. Let me make you a dessert degustation menu for lunchtime tomorrow. If you're not completely sold on everything I make, I'll go." He was careful to keep his tone completely reasonable. Luke nodded approvingly at him, and they both looked at Suzannah to see her reaction. Carlo knew her well enough to guess she wanted to reject his suggestion on the spot, but doing so would look unreasonable at best, maybe even petty and vindictive, and she really wasn't an unreasonable person. She had high expectations of herself, and held others around her to the same standards, both in the quality of her cooking and in her personal life. "D'accord," she said grudgingly at last, then translated for Luke's sake. "All right." "Excellent," Luke said, and Carlo could tell he was being deliberately hearty. "I'll come down and bring Olivia over. She's our marketing manager," he advised Carlo. "Once you're confirmed in the post, she'll be the one plastering it all over social media. I understand you have almost 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and Jace agreed with you that you can continue to film here as long as it doesn't affect the day-to-day operations of La Sirène." "That's right," Carlo nodded. "I haven't made any announcement yet, of course." He was pretty sure Suzannah was grinding her teeth. They needed to talk, privately, but she didn't seem inclined to give him even a moment. "I have to get back," she said abruptly, turning to open the kitchen door. "The pastry kitchen will be open to you tomorrow morning," she threw over her shoulder to Carlo. "Don't be late getting in, and don't distract my staff. They have a lot of work to do." "Yes, ma'am," he said to the closing door. "That did not go the way I expected," Luke said after a long minute of awkward silence. "Would you mind filling me in on the details of it didn't end well, please?" Suddenly, Carlo felt absolutely exhausted. He'd spent most of the last 36 hours on a plane, and thinking about being face-to-face with Suzannah again for the first time in almost a decade had kept him from getting any sleep, even though Jace Hunter's private jet was sinfully comfortable. His body clock was completely out of sync, and he had to get up in just a few hours, ready to cook the best desserts he'd ever made in his life. Yet he couldn't refuse to explain. "Sure," he said wearily. Would you mind if we talked about it over a stiff drink, though? I'm feeling very much in need of one right now, and then a hot shower and a few hours of sleep before I get in the kitchen to impress Madame Picky." Luke laughed and put a companionable hand on Carlo's shoulder. "Of course, mate. Right this way. I've got a bottle of scotch in my cabin, and it's just a couple of doors down from yours. You can go to bed and crash out right after we've talked." "Sounds like a plan." A glass of scotch sounded heavenly, almost as good as a bed. Carlo followed as Luke set off through the resort, wending his way through palm tree-lined paths with confidence, despite a lack of signs and limited lighting. It seemed like a maze to Carlo's overtired mind, but he was sure he'd get used to it, just like the heat. Even after dark had fallen, the air was hot and muggy, the humidity much higher than he was used to. He just hoped his room was air-conditioned, or sleeping would be difficult no matter how tired he was. "This one's yours." Luke paused outside a small cabin. It looked pretty luxurious for staff accommodation, and with his brain filter compromised by exhaustion, Carlo said so. Luke laughed. "There used to be guest accommodations, actually. After a hurricane a few years ago damaged much of the existing infrastructure, the hunters bought the island and did a complete rebuild. Left the existing cabins for staff. Only senior staff get these nice ones, but you definitely merit one, considering your celebrity status and how much we expect you to enhance the reputation of La Sirène, and by extension, the whole resort." Carlo wasn't too tired to understand the warning in Luke's tone, and the implication that if he didn't enhance the resort's reputation, they'd have no hesitation in replacing him. He nodded in understanding, and they moved on, walking a couple of cabins further along the row. Luke gestured him to take a seat on the small veranda, going inside and returning a couple of minutes later with a bottle and 2 glasses. Luke let him savour the first couple of sips, the welcome burn going down his throat, before speaking. "So, you and Suzannah had a thing going on. Tell me about it, and tell me why you didn't let Jace know the pair of you had a history when he offered you the job, please. I'm quite certain you already knew she was here when you accepted." Carlo winced. "I know how good she is." He answered the last part of the request first. "And I know you wouldn't want to risk displeasing her, in case she walked out on you. I wanted to see her again, though, and please believe me that I genuinely want the job, and I'll do it to the best of my ability." Luke inclined his head in acknowledgement of the promise. "And the rest?" he asked, not unkindly. "I don't like surprises, Carlo. If this is going to come back to bite me, I'd like the full story." "I wish I had it," Carlo said, surprising himself with the bitterness which came into his tone. "But I still don't know why she left me." Unwillingly, he found his mind ranging back over the years to when he was young and hopelessly in love with a fiery redhead who cooked like a dream. Chapter 3. Suzannah couldn't settle to anything once Carlo and Luke had left. She managed to curdle a sauce for the first time in years, burned her wrist on the edge of a hot pan, and for the final straw, somehow tripped over her own feet and dropped a carton of eggs as she carried them from the cold room to her workstation. Staring down at the oozy, sticky mess running all over her shoes, the cardboard container and the floor, she heaved a deep sigh and closed her eyes. "Suzannah," a voice said behind her, and then asked in her native French, "Are you all right?" Opening her eyes, she looked around and found a smile for Edouard, the restaurant's sommelier. A charming, handsome Frenchman some 10 years her senior, she guessed the rest of her staff had probably recruited him to approach her, and with any luck, get her out from underfoot before she did something disastrous. "I think I'm having an off night, Edouard," she replied in the same tongue. "So I see." He cast an amused glance down at her feet. "Dinner is almost completed. Why don't you call it a night? I'm sure your sous chef can handle whatever is left." She knew they could. She'd trained them to her own exacting standards, after all. Looking around the kitchen, she saw a hive of ordered industry, everyone very studiously paying attention to their assigned tasks, and not watching her at all. "You might be right," she said. "It's been a long few weeks. I haven't had a night off since I sacked Vicky." "You haven't had a morning off either," Edouard pointed out dryly, taking a clean towel from the rack and dropping it on the floor behind her. "Here, step on that and clean your shoes off. Angelica." He snapped his fingers at one of the apprentices, who dropped what she was doing and rushed over at once. "Clean this up, please." "Yes, sir," the girl practically genuflected, hurrying to get cloths as Suzannah stepped onto the towel and wiped the egg white off her shoes. They needed cleaning properly, but she didn't want to remove them in the kitchen. "We've got this, boss," Julie, her senior assistant chef, called across the kitchen. "Go have an early night. God knows you deserve one." All right, all right." Suzannah surrendered to the inevitable. "Julie, you're in charge." "I won't let you down, boss." Julie's look of determination made Suzannah smile. The other woman would be a hell of an executive chef one day, and a lot sooner than she realized. "Just a moment," Edouard said, heading for the door, and when he returned he had a bottle of wine in hand. "Here, take this with you and have a glass or two to help you relax." The wine had been opened and recorked, Suzannah saw, as she accepted the bottle. Her eyebrows rose as she read the label, and she looked a question at Edouard. "A customer last night ordered and paid for it, but only drank half, and said he didn't want to take it with him." Edouard gave her a very Gallic shrug and a wink. "It's too good to give it to you heathens to cook with." Suzannah laughed and tucked the bottle under her arm. "Thank you, Edouard." She put a friendly hand on his arm. "I'll enjoy it." Edouard smiled warmly back at her, urging her towards the rear door. "Go. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow." Outside in the warm, jasmine-scented darkness, Suzannah slipped her sticky shoes off and stuffed her socks into them. There was grass alongside the paths which led back to her cabin, and she revelled in the soft coolness under her tired feet as she walked slowly through the night. Crickets chirped in the bushes, and the soft strains of a piano being played at one of the resort's bars drifted to her on the soft ocean breeze. It was an absolutely beautiful night, fragrant and serene. A night for lovers, Suzannah found herself thinking as she walked, and snorted aloud. It was Carlo's surprise arrival which had her thinking about lovers, of course. While he wasn't the last man she'd shared her bed with, he was the last, indeed the only, who'd ever left a lasting impression. The only serious relationship she'd ever had. In those long-ago days of first love, she'd daydreamed of the two of them getting married and running a restaurant together some day. To her, at age 20, that had seemed the pinnacle of ambition. Carlo, however, came from a very different background to Suzannah. She was the daughter of a working-class single father from one of the poorer districts of Paris, learning to cook when she wanted better than the simple meals which were all her weary papa could make when he arrived home tired from work. She got her first job aged 13 at a cafe near their small apartment, and graduated from waiting tables to working in the kitchen a year later. School had never been something she particularly enjoyed, but in the hum of a busy kitchen, Suzannah found her place in the world. The cafe owner saw the passion in her work and encouraged her to become a professional chef, setting up a savings plan for her and matching her savings when she was offered a place at Le Cordon Bleu. Suzannah came from a working-class, hard-scrabble background, and at just 18 was thrust suddenly into a world she'd never realised existed. Most of the kids at the prestigious culinary school were from wealthy, even aristocratic backgrounds. Few of them had the ambition, drive, or talent which propelled Suzannah to the head of the class almost immediately. Out of all her classmates, only Carlo could match her, and that was only because of his background as the son of a wealthy Milanese family with an already famous restaurant, one whose kitchen Carlo had literally grown up in. She'd watched him with fascination, this assured Italian man, for even at 19, Carlo was definitely not a boy, whose hands were as confident as his attitude. Handsome, cockily sure of himself and his place in the world, Carlo never seemed to have doubts about anything he did, whereas Suzannah was constantly questioning and second-guessing everything, from whether she had put too much pepper in the soup to whether she belonged among the well-heeled, wealthy crowd she was thrust into. There were always girls hanging off Carlo, from the school and from other places, attracted by both his looks and the charisma he exuded as effortlessly as breathing. Invisible, or so she thought, Suzannah watched with both fascination and envy as the parade of beautiful, designer-dressed girls never seemed to end. She hadn't thought Carlo was even aware of her existence, such was her own inability to blend in with her classmates, until he looked across at her cooking station one day, catching her surreptitiously watching him, winked and said, "You'll want to watch that sauce, Red. I can smell burning." He sniffed theatrically. "It's not mine," she snapped back instantly, though she did take a moment to check. "I never burn things." "I know. I'm envious." To her surprise, Carlo smiled at her. Flustered, she said sharply, "Maybe if you paid more attention to your cooking and less to chasing skirts, you wouldn't burn things either." "Ouch!" Flamboyantly, he clapped a hand over his heart. "A hit direct, Red. Jealous, are you?" "In your dreams," Suzannah sneered. Narrowing her eyes, she added, "And my name is Suzannah, not Red." She hadn't waited for him to respond, had turned her back and bent to check the soufflé rising in her oven. Of course, after that, Carlo seemed to be underfoot everywhere, calling her Red and casting smouldering, smirking looks in her direction, even when he had another girl, or two, in tow. Suzannah did her best to ignore him completely, even though she was all too aware her body had different ideas. The prickles of awareness which chased up and down her spine whenever Carlo was near warned her to stay as far away as she could get. Unfortunately, as the school's star students, they were constantly thrown together, being challenged and pushed to compete with each other by the professional chefs who saw their potential and wanted to get the best out of them. It was in their final weeks when things came to a head. Too busy with the practical examinations they were undergoing almost daily to prove their fitness for graduation, to keep up his usual flirtations, Carlo turned his attentions to the nearest available female, Suzannah. She'd tried hard to stay unmoved, but failed dismally. Particularly as she got to know him better and realized he wasn't the spoiled rich kid she'd thought him. Yes, he came from a much more affluent background than she did, and had been given every advantage, but he was also truly dedicated to the arts of fine cuisine and talented as hell, especially with the delicate flavours and artistic presentation of desserts. Eventually, one night after their final exams were over, she let him take her out to a wine bar, and they both drank far too much. Unable to resist his blandishments, Suzannah invited him back to her place, and discovered that her few sexual experiences up to that point in no way prepared her for the incredible way Carlo could make her feel. She'd wondered aloud afterwards just how much practice it took to get that good at sex, and he'd rolled over to lean over her, give her that intense, dark stare of his. "If that was just sex for you..." He shook his head, ran his hand through his hair. "That was life-changing. I don't have the words to describe how incredible that was, Suzannah, and how much I desperately want to do it again." They'd spent almost an entire week in bed, surfacing only to get food and drink, and by the end of it, Carlo finally had Suzannah convinced he didn't view her as just another notch on his bedpost. When the phone call came to let Suzannah know she'd graduated top of the class, Carlo had been quite plainly overjoyed for her. "You deserve it," he'd said, hugging her tightly. "You deserve every bit of success and acclaim. You're going to be a superstar, Suzannah. We all knew it from the first day." Carlo had been a close second in the rankings, of course, and as the two top graduates, they had their pick of positions. Both offered a one-year graduate position as sous chefs at Alain Ducasse's legendary Benoit Bistro. For months they lived and worked together in perfect harmony. Suzannah was honestly surprised at how well they managed to get along. She'd spent so long sniping at Carlo, and being envious of the ease with which he managed social situations, she'd never realized just how easy he was to get along with. Lying in her bed, staring sleeplessly at the ceiling despite her exhaustion, Suzannah smiled bitterly at the thought of herself as a young girl utterly smitten by Carlo Gianetti. What a naive idiot she'd been to think she could ever belong in his world. They'd been living and working together for almost 8 months when his parents turned up in Paris, irritated by Carlo's failure to go back to the family restaurant in Milan. Their obvious shock at discovering he was living with a girlfriend spoke volumes. Carlo had never even mentioned Suzannah's existence to them. The Gianettis were even more wealthy and well-connected than Suzannah had ever realized. The family restaurant turned out to be not just a restaurant, but a castle converted into a premium 5-star hotel, the Michelin-starred restaurant ensuring bookings were always sought after. Carlo was a scion of a long line of Italian nobility, tracing their descent from the infamous Borgias, his father still holding the title of Comte. Their disapproval of Suzannah, a girl from the lower end of Paris's working class, could not have been more obvious. Carlo was quite sharp with his parents over it, flatly refusing to accept their decree that he should return to Italy at once. She'd loved him for that. Loved him more when his parents finally left, frustrated, and he turned to take her in his arms, telling her he would choose her over them every time. That they'd spent his whole life controlling him, grooming him for something which was never his dream. "I want to travel, to work in amazing restaurants all over the world, learn different cuisines, incorporate them into my own style, and I want to do it with you." It was the happiest day of Suzannah's life. The end of their apprenticeship year at Benoit came quickly, and Ducasse wrote both of them glowing references. The job offers started coming in quickly, mostly at restaurants and hotels in Paris and other cities in France, a few in London. An intriguing offer for Carlo in Geneva. Another for Carlo in Barcelona. One for Suzannah in Dubai she rejected out of hand. While the money would be excellent, the Middle East was one place she did not particularly want to work. After a few days, Suzannah began to see a disturbing pattern. The offers for her, while reasonably compensated and high enough profile to interest her, weren't in the same league as those Carlo was getting. The day he got the offer from Le Bernardin in New York, Suzannah finally understood. A restaurant with 3 Michelin stars making an offer to a chef Carlo's age, without so much as an audition or an interview. Somebody was pulling strings behind the scenes, and she had a pretty good idea who. She also knew the offer was too good for Carlo to turn down. And sure, she could follow him to New York, find work somewhere decent enough, work her way up the ladder. Watching him be fast-tracked to the top when she knew her skill at least equalled his would eat away at her, though, and she knew it would destroy them. Her pride would not allow it to come to pass. She refused to trail after Carlo like some lovesick puppy, and she most certainly would not allow him to reject such an opportunity for her sake. That would be the height of foolishness, and ever-practical Suzannah could not abide that. No, she would take the best of the offers she had received and go to London, make her own way to the top of her profession. She was already packed when Carlo arrived home from his shift at work. Handing him the offer letter from Le Bernardin, she said simply, "I've accepted an offer in London. Take care and good luck, Carlo," before wheeling her suitcases out the door. He followed her all the way down to the street, demanding she talk to him, tell him why she was leaving. When she hailed a taxi, he jumped in the other side. Indeed, they were at the railway station, and Suzannah was perilously close to tears when he finally realised he could not dissuade her from leaving. He'd watched her silently as she presented her ticket and boarded the Eurostar train which would take her to London, his expression one of stricken grief. Suzannah had done her best over the years to forget that look on Carlo's face, the last sight she had of him as the train pulled out of the station and she was finally free to let the tears flow. She'd never managed to put him out of her mind entirely, though. Seeing him again tonight had been a shock to the system, particularly when her body responded with traitorous arousal to his closeness, and she realised she wasn't over him. She'd probably never be over him. Carlo Gianetti wasn't the kind of man you could ever forget. Chapter 4. Carlo had never seen a kitchen quite like the one which was now his domain. La Sirene's pastry kitchen was separated from the main kitchen by an open doorway, both of them equipped with every top-of-the-line industrial appliance any chef could ever dream of wanting. This was Suzannah's doing, he knew. Jace Hunter was a billionaire, and he knew the value of having a chef of Suzannah's calibre. Carlo was willing to bet, after the restaurant was awarded a Michelin star, Jace and Luke had offered Suzannah anything she wanted, and she, never remotely interested in material wealth, had used their offer to make her restaurant kitchen into something the world's top chefs would envy. And now the pastry kitchen was Carlo's. It was 4 a.m, and at the main bread kitchen not far away, the bakers were working on fresh breads and pastries for breakfast, but right here and now, La Sirene was all his. Smiling, he set to exploring his new kingdom. By the time the fresh fish arrived from the docks at just before 6, he was in full swing, singing along with music from his phone he'd synced with the Bluetooth speaker. Several of the big ovens were fired up and there were mixing bowls everywhere, flour and sugar dusting formerly shining clean steel surfaces, a pile of eggshells in a bowl, macarons resting on a counter before crisping. In short, it was a mess. And it was just the way Carlo, who thrived on disorder, loved it. He hadn't had such a good time cooking in ages, always either on camera or in the tighter confines of the kitchen in Castillo Gianetti, where he wasn't even able to devote all his time to the sweet desserts, which had always been his greatest creations. He'd never seen such fine ingredients as La Sirene's pantries and refrigerated storage room was stocked with either. The fresh tropical fruits and locally produced chocolate, coffee, cheeses and cane sugar. Quite frankly, Carlo Gianetti was as happy as a pig in mud, and it showed as he serenaded the empty kitchen at the top of his voice, singing along to Ricky Martin and shaking his, if he said so himself, very fine bonbon along with the music. Unfortunately, it didn't seem Suzannah appreciated either his bonbon or his singing, as her shriek of rage cut through his consciousness. The music snapped off as she slapped her hand down on the speaker's power button, and Carlo spun around, almost dropping the bowl of melted dark chocolate, beaten egg whites and whipped cream he was carefully folding together to make a decadent chocolate mousse. Carlo was quite impressed as Suzannah set out on one of her epic rants, shaking her finger at him and spitting swear words in several languages. Her curse vocabulary had definitely expanded in the last few years. He wasn't even sure what some of the words meant. "Buongiorno, mia bella," he said cheerfully, when she paused to take a breath. Looking forward to our little degustation this afternoon?
I'm looking forward to kicking your ass out of my kitchen, she snapped back, green eyes flashing with rage, her red hair almost seeming to bristle as she stalked towards him. Look at this god-awful mess.
You always were a neat freak, mia ragazza, he said fondly. She had raging OCD, a typical trait in a top chef, and one he did not share, unless one counted his rigid requirements about the perfection of the food which was sent out of his kitchen. Indeed, he was messy in his habits whenever he could get away with it, and in this beautiful, dedicated pastry kitchen with all the space he could possibly desire, he would most definitely be able to get away with it. As long as Suzannah didn't murder him anyway. Good thing all the sharp knives were in the other kitchen, and out of her reach at that precise moment, Carlo thought as she eyed him, teeth grinding quite audibly.
Don't call me that, she snapped. You'll refer to me as Chef Monteil, thank you. And don't you dare get in the way of my staff. Lunch and dinner still have to be served today. If you've used the ingredients they'll need for today's desserts, I don't care how good your cooking is, you're fired. This is an island, and we can't just run into town for fresh ingredients. You have to order them, and they come on tomorrow morning's supply boat.
I'm a professional, Cara, Carlo said, somewhat insulted. I read through your menu and made sure you'll have what you need for a couple of days' worth of desserts, not just one. She humphed at him, her expression telegraphing disbelief. Why the hell do you have such a problem with me being here anyway? He set down the bowl before he got agitated and overmixed the mousse. You're the one who left me without a word of explanation, remember?
That was years ago. It's nothing to do with why I don't want you here now, Suzannah protested, but he knew her well enough, knew her minute shifts in body language and the way her green eyes flickered away from his, to know she wasn't telling the whole truth. If you wanted to work in London so much, why didn't you say so? I had plenty of options. We could have carried on working together, but you made it more than clear that you didn't want me to follow you. Still, I'd have thought you'd have gotten over that by now. There was nothing to get over.
She clenched her fists by her side. Then why do you have a problem with me? Carlo folded his arms and tried to look casual, but the truth was, he wanted an answer. He'd wanted an answer ever since he stood on the platform in Paris, watching the train disappear into the distance, wondering how and why his whole life had just come crashing down around his ears.
Because you're more concerned with your status as a celebrity than with good food.
Suzannah's answer startled him, and he dropped his hands to his sides, starting forward. I'm what? Colour blazed in her cheeks as she continued.
I've seen some of your YouTube footage. You take shortcuts, use ingredients you know to be inferior.
What? He honestly had no idea what she was talking about.
Vanilla essence, out of a bottle.
He began to laugh. Her scandalized expression was just too funny as she spat out the words, as though they were the rudest of epithets. She looked even angrier at his laughter, turning on her heel to storm out. Somehow, stifling the laughter, Carlo reached out to touch her shoulder, not wanting to grab her, but needing to stop her leaving. He had to explain. Suzannah, you've been watching my introductory shows, haven't you? The short, 10-minute ones.
I don't have the time or inclination to sit through hours of your nonsense, she snapped back at him, her cheeks still red. She didn't like admitting she'd watched any of his shows, he recognized. Those shows are designed for beginner cooks, and people who don't have the time or inclination, he threw her own words back at her, to spend an hour making a dessert. Of course I suggest they use time-saving ingredients. I also tell them in the video that it's only a substitute, and using fresh vanilla extracted from vanilla pods is best. I'm not there misleading them into thinking what they use it to make will be as good as what you'd get at a gourmet restaurant. Nor would I serve it at my own restaurant. Everything I cook during filming gets devoured by friends and staff, people who don't pay a penny for it.
Oh.
Suzannah's mouth hung open, and her face somehow reddened further. You've never done any TV work, have you?
No,
she admitted. He'd have known if she did. While he wouldn't exactly say he'd stalked her, he'd definitely paid attention to her career. If she'd ever been on TV, he'd have known about it. Even when she worked for Gordon Ramsay, she'd avoided the cameras in the celebrity chefs' kitchens. The camera would love you, Carlo suggested it gently. Part of my agreement with the resort is that I can film episodes for my channel here, and I'd love to have you feature.
Let's see if I allow you to stay first,
she snarked, turning on her heel and stalking out, but not before he saw the flare of interest in her eyes. Her curiosity was piqued, he hoped. She really would be amazing on camera, her beauty and animation lighting up the screen, but her culinary skills would be the real ratings winner. Smiling at her retreating back, Carlo picked up his mixing bowl and returned to work. He still had to impress her this afternoon, not to mention Luke and Jace, and he had a lot of work to get done first. The staff would be coming in to begin work on the lunch menu shortly, and he really was going to have to tidy up a bit first. Still, that would only take a few minutes, and it was time for the macarons to go in the oven. Then he had 2 varieties of ice cream to make, figs to roast in maple syrup, strawberries to poach in balsamic vinegar, his specialty lemon and mint soufflé to make. The music had been silenced, but that didn't stop Carlo. He burst into song again as he whirled around the kitchen. Hidden from view behind the separating wall which divided the 2 kitchens, Suzannah found herself smiling. Carlo had always been unapologetic in his fondness for American pop songs. Somehow, she wasn't in the least surprised to find him singing along to Ricky Martin as he cooked. Tempted to peek and see if he still danced along to the music, lean hips swaying to the beat, she sternly restrained herself. If he caught her peeking, he'd be even more insufferable. Stiffening her spine, she walked out into the bright, humid morning, squinting wearily as the morning sun seared her eyes. She hadn't had enough sleep last night. Carlo had occupied her mind into the small hours despite her exhaustion, and her alarm had woken her far too soon. She was going back to bed for a few hours. Even if the sound of his rich singing voice would probably be stuck in her head for days. Chapter 5. The rest of the kitchen staff started arriving at about 10, by which time Carlo had cleaned up the worst of the mess he'd made. Or at least, piled all the dirty bowls and tools he'd used in one of the giant industrial sinks in the washing area. A junior walked in and sighed before making a start on the mountain, shooting Carlo an irritated glance. Well, there was one staff member he'd have to win over, Carlo thought guiltily. No doubt the kid was used to it, though, assuming Suzannah still went on her occasional all-night cooking benders, trialling new recipes. A slight, almost delicate-looking girl came to stand in the doorway between the 2 kitchens, smiling as she caught his eye.
"Hi, I'm Julie,"
she said cheerfully, her accent telling him she was Australian. "Carlo," he said affably.
"I know who you are. I love your show."
She was trying not to gush, he thought. He offered a warm smile. "Well, perhaps you can appear on future episodes."
"Really?"
Her eyes went very wide. Charming girl, Carlo thought privately, though he had no intention of encouraging her hero worship of him. "Indeed, as long as you are good at your job, and since you are employed in Suzannah's kitchen, I have no doubt of that. Tell me, what's your position here?" Senior assistant to Chef Monteil. Julie looked proud of that, as well she should. Carlo knew all too well that Suzannah was exceedingly picky about who she worked with, and Julie certainly wouldn't be her trusted right hand if she wasn't more than just competent. "I'm preparing a degustation dessert menu for this afternoon," Carlo said, nodding at the crust he was just pressing into a row of miniature springform pans. "So I hear. What's that for?" Julie sounded like she was dying to ask questions, but also worried about prying. Carlo took pity on her. "It's a macadamia and pistachio crust for a cappuccino cheesecake. I'll be serving it with a black cherry drizzle." "Wow!" She looked at the processor behind him, currently beating the cream cheese and sugar together, and the 2 ice cream machines churning beyond that, before a smile crossed her clever, narrow face. "Well, no doubt we'll have plenty of opportunity to work together. I'd better get cracking. See you later." Waggling her fingers at him, she withdrew, and as though her exit was a sign of approval, the other staff all began to chatter at once, asking him questions, telling him how much they enjoyed his show and how excited they were to work with him. Carlo answered their questions as best he could, though he steered deftly clear of any which touched on Suzannah. Laughingly, he declined offers of help, saying the degustation needed to be all his own work. "Stick with your own jobs," he advised. "I don't want Chef Monteil angry with me on my first day if your work doesn't get done." They were certainly well trained, he observed, as the mere mention of Suzannah's name had them scurrying to their workstations. Clearly they respected their boss, and he would never for a moment undermine that. He heard Suzannah come into the other kitchen. The tempo of work picked up and spread to the pastry kitchen, the young chef next to him suddenly paying much closer attention to the meringue swirls he was piping onto a baking sheet. "Good morning once again, Chef Monteil," he said, keeping his tone respectful, though he didn't turn around from the sauce he was stirring. The hairs on his arms prickled as she came to stand behind him, glancing over his shoulder. Now, Carlo said teasingly. "You must wait for your surprises, chef." Suzannah sniffed audibly. "I don't like waiting." "So I recall," he said softly, and she stepped back hastily. "There will be 6 for the degustation," she said quite loudly. "Please be ready to begin by 2:30. "As you wish, chef," Carlo said deferentially, but he grinned to himself as she moved away. She'd asked for that, and he remembered all too well that she was an eager lover, always impatient to tear his clothes off and fall into bed. No, patience wasn't really Suzannah's strong point, except when it came to her cooking, of course. He wanted to watch her, but forced himself to concentrate on his own work. He had to be faultless today, everything so perfect, even Suzannah couldn't find a single flaw. Knowing Luke and Jace would be at the degustation, and recalling Luke had said something about the marketing manager attending, Carlo had to wonder who the other 2 would be. Who had Suzannah invited to sample his desserts? Someone who would back her judgment, he guessed, and therefore he wasn't surprised in the least when he went out to the restaurant at 2:30 and Suzannah introduced him to the sommelier, Edouard, who was sitting at the table beside her. "A pleasure to meet you," Carlo said affably, offering his hand to shake. "And I'm so glad Suzannah asked you to sit in. Tasting my desserts will of course be invaluable when you select dessert wines to pair with them." "Indeed." Edouard offered a limp handshake, not bothering to stand, and then completely ignoring Carlo, turning back to Suzannah. "As I was saying, the Montrachet is a perfect partner for that Wagyu beef." Carlo blinked, surprised, but didn't really have time to remark before they were joined by Luke and Jace, accompanied by 2 young women. "Hi again, Carlo." Jace shook his hand with a warm smile. "Good to see you here. How are you settling in?" "Loving the kitchen," Carlo said with perfect honesty. "It's an amazing setup you have here. I've never seen better. We're blessed with space and the money to do it right, and Ms. Monteil's expertise to tell us how," Jace disclaimed, but he still looked pleased. "This is Nessa, my fiancée." He indicated the short, stunning black woman at his side, her long hair in tightly woven braids reaching almost to her waist, a pretty aqua sundress setting off her glorious dark brown skin. As soon as I mentioned sampling lots of desserts, she invited herself along. Carlo laughed, shaking Nessa's hand as she offered it. "Well, I hope you won't be disappointed." "I'm sure I won't be." She flashed dimples in her cheeks as she smiled back at him. "As long as there's chocolate." "There's chocolate," he affirmed, and she chuckled, stepping back to allow Luke to introduce the other woman, a lovely brunette wearing what Carlo was pretty sure was a designer sheath dress and high heels. "Olivia Stratton, the resort's marketing manager," Luke presented. "So pleased to meet you." Olivia pumped his hand, showing very white teeth in a broad smile. She was American, Carlo realized. "Really looking forward to using your celebrity status to enhance the resort. And to tasting your cooking, of course." "Of course." Liking her at once, Carlo smiled back warmly. "Whatever I can do to assist. I'll be making my announcement on my YouTube channel in a day or so. Perhaps we can get together and you could help me script it." "I'd be delighted to." "Ahem." Suzannah cleared her throat imperiously, gesturing everyone to their seats. Carlo was amused to see even Luke and Jace obeyed her directions, though less so to see that Eduard kept his seat beside Suzannah, even moving a little closer. The sommelier's body language was decidedly proprietary, angled in towards Suzannah, regularly touching her arm and leaning in to murmur quietly in her ear, in French, which Carlo spoke perfectly, but he was sure not everyone at the table did. Rude. Well, two could play at that game. "The first dish I have for you," he said, taking the cover off a large silver-domed dish on the next table over, "is a macaron with strawberries poached in balsamic glaze." There was more than one audible gasp at the table as he placed a small plate before each of them, the delicate pale pink macaron angled jauntily against a pair of strawberries, the dark balsamic glaze drizzled artistically over the arrangement. "Damn, that almost looks too good to eat," Nessa said in an awed tone, making Carlo chuckle. "But indeed you must eat. I promise it tastes even better than it looks. Enjoy, and I will return shortly with another course for you." He gave them 5 minutes before returning with a second covered dish. Clearing the plates deftly, he served the second course, a macadamia and mango ice cream in a chocolate wafer shell. Luke, Jace, Olivia and Nessa were vocal in their praise as the courses progressed. Olivia proclaimed his cappuccino cheesecake on a macadamia and pistachio crust with black cherry drizzle to be the best thing she'd ever tasted, and Nessa swooned over the rum-soaked chocolate cake with orange chantilly cream. Eduard's nostrils were looking decidedly pinched as Nessa started discussing dessert wines with him. Eavesdropping, Carlo discovered Nessa was a professional bartender, and Eduard clearly wanted to dismiss her suggestions, but didn't dare, not with her billionaire fiancé sitting right beside her, nodding along with every word. Carlo fought back a grin as he set another plate in front of Suzannah, his signature dish. He'd spent years perfecting his lemon and mint soufflé. She'd been remarkably poker-faced thus far, but surely she couldn't hold out against perfection. Chapter 6. Suzannah wanted, so badly, to find something wrong with Carlo's cooking. He'd never lacked for skill, though, and his artistic presentation was even better than hers. Every plate he set before her, contained a tiny masterpiece of culinary art, which looked, as Nessa had said, almost too good to eat. But when one did taste it, that was when the true magic was revealed. Delicate yet intense flavours exploded on the taste buds, everything precisely calculated to deliver the maximum gastronomic pleasure. She could find no flaw. The macarons, downfall of many an experienced chef, were perfectly risen, crisp on the outside, chewy inside. The soufflé was a perfect little puff of sweet delight. When he rounded out the degustation with a trio of deep-fried chocolate wontons filled with dark milk and white chocolate, she couldn't take it any more. Luke was looking at her with an expression which said there was no bloody way she was firing Carlo, and the truth was she really couldn't without looking ridiculously petty. He'd always been good, and the years he'd spent in Italy running Carlo Gianetti had obviously given him the opportunity to perfect his skills. Quite simply, he was the best dessert chef they were ever going to be able to attract. Better than she was in this area of the craft, she admitted very privately to herself. She had the technical skill, but not the artistic flair for sweets which Carlo did. Saying so stuck in her throat, though, and she finally flung her napkin down on the table, rose to her feet and walked out, ignoring Edouard's sharp inquiry as to whether she was all right. "I take it I'm staying, then, since she didn't dismiss me," she heard Carlo drawl behind her and gritted her teeth. Bloody, bloody man. "Of course you are, Carlo," Jace said enthusiastically, but anything else which was said was mercifully cut off as the automatic glass sliding doors closed behind her. Suzannah. Who the hell had been stupid enough to follow her when she was in this mood? She turned with a scowl, and Edouard almost ran right into her. "Pardon me," he apologized at once. "Are you all right, Suzannah? Did something make you feel sick? That's a perfectly good reason to refuse Gianetti's appointment." Susanna's scowl deepened. Why would Edouard not want Carlo to stay? She had a personal reason not to want him on the island, but Edouard must surely recognize his skill. "Not at all," she disclaimed. "I'm just annoyed. His recipes are so good. Surely you must see that the entire dessert menu must be redone. And we only just did it. That means another round of training for the pastry kitchen staff, and it will be at least 2-3 weeks before we can put the new menu online. A great deal of interruption to the routine, just as we are coming into the busy season." Edouard looked at her uncertainly. "Surely we could wait to implement the changes," he suggested, but she shook her head. No, it would be a waste, limiting Carlo to what a chef of lesser skill has created." Steeling herself, she lifted her chin. Never let it be said Suzannah Monteil backed down from a challenge. She started walking back to the restaurant at a steady pace. There was a great deal of work to be done. Work. That was how she was going to get through this. Keep everything on a professional level. She did her best to ignore the little voice in the back of her head, which usually whispered words of reason when she was being foolish. Because at the moment, all she could hear was cynical laughter. Back in the restaurant, all was quiet, the others obviously having finished up and left, while she was storming around the garden in a rage. The table they'd used had been cleared and laid with a fresh tablecloth, set again with cutlery and glassware for dinner, no sign that they'd been there at all. She could still taste the faint, sweet aftertaste of the dark chocolate wonton on her tongue, though. Damn Carlo, he'd served those deliberately. They'd been a staple on the menu at Benoit back when they'd worked there together, and had always been her favourite. Standing in the middle of her kitchen, she closed her eyes and took several slow, deep breaths. In and out. In and out. Repeat until she felt calmer. When she opened her eyes, Carlo was leaning in the doorway between the two kitchens, ankles crossed and arms folded in his signature pose. He looked as though he'd stepped straight out of a glossy magazine, too handsome to be real. For a moment, they stared at each other in silence, and then Suzannah shrugged. "You knew all along I couldn't refuse to have you here after they'd tasted your cooking. There's no need to gloat."
"I'm not gloating, Suzannah."
He unfolded his arms and straightened up, taking a couple of steps towards her.
"We need to work together here. Friction between us isn't going to be helpful."
"Why are you here?" burst out of her, the demand fueled by frustration. "You have the world at your feet. You could work anywhere if you don't want to run Carlo Gianetti anymore. Why here?"
"Why are you here?"
Carlo turned the question back on her. Suzannah blinked. "Creative freedom," she said finally. "When Luke offered me the job, he gave me total free rein, said I could take the restaurant in whatever direction I wanted because it was completely new. There was no established theme I had to follow. They even built the kitchens to my specification, and until you have given me total authority to pick my own staff."
"The way I heard it, you just told Luke to find you someone good."
Carlo raised a brow, and Suzannah looked down, a little shamefaced. "I didn't have the time, and I do trust his judgment. He knows my standards."
"When he contacted me to offer me the position, he told me the restaurant was aiming for another Michelin star and needed a superstar dessert chef to make it happen. He also told me that he was happy, keen even, for me to continue with my YouTube filming because it will be good for the resort profile, and would be happy for me to accept other TV work should it arise, for the same reason. I understand there are several TV shows scheduled to shoot on the island over the next couple of years, and at least one movie which will use the resort as a base for its staff, as well as any number of high-profile celebrities planning their weddings here. This is an amazing opportunity for me too, Suzannah."
She nodded. She could understand that. There was still one question she was burning to know the answer to, though. "Did you already know I was working here before you accepted?" Carlo hesitated.
"Yes," he said finally, "and I'd have considered a lot longer before accepting the opportunity if you hadn't been here. But I do think I'd have accepted it anyway. As I said, it's too good to pass up. The salary Jace offered on top of free accommodation didn't hurt either."
Well, at least he was being honest about it. Respecting that, Suzannah nodded. "I don't dispute your talent or ability to do the job," she said. "I just feel it could be awkward us working together."
"We're both adults. I'm a professional, and I'm here to do a job. I've never let my personal life interfere with my work, and I'm not about to start now."
She never had either. At last she nodded. "Fine. We'll give it a go. But remember, Carlo, this is my restaurant. You disrespect me in my kitchen, or undermine me with my staff, or take credit for my work, you're gone." The injured look he gave her made her feel about 2 centimeters tall. She stamped ruthlessly on her immediate urge to apologize. She'd meant every word of it, and although the Carlo she'd known years ago would never have done any of those things, he might have changed. Celebrity status in particular could do strange things to people.
"No problem," Carlo said, and he offered her his hand. "Boss."
That made the corners of her mouth try to twitch upwards, but she suppressed that urge as well and shook his hand. "Welcome to La Sirène, Chef Gianetti."
"Thank you, Chef Monteil," he said,
equally formally, and then his mouth broadened in that irrepressible grin she remembered far too well.
"So, what did you think of my soufflé?"
It was sublime, as you well know. We need to rethink the menu, and soon. Come into my office and we can sit down and start working out the plan to retrain the pastry kitchen staff, and I can give you the folder for upcoming wedding cakes. She was more than a little relieved to be handing that particular job over. She'd woken more than once in a cold sweat after dreaming one of her cakes had ended up featured on Cake Rex. Carlo, on the other hand, looked delighted. One of the junior bakers has shown a lot of skill with icing and decorating. Perhaps you might take her on as something of an apprentice, Suzannah suggested as she handed the wedding folder over. She's got a real artist's touch, made these stunning sugar roses for this one last week. Oh, lovely, Carlo said in appreciation as she brought up a photo on her computer screen. Yes, that's definitely a talent who needs nurturing. Her name? Samira. Suzannah reached for the printed roster hanging beside her desk, a larger version of which was pinned to the kitchen wall. She's due on again tomorrow morning, and you've 3 cakes to do this week. Details for the first 2 are in the folder. The third bride arrives today, and I've an appointment with her scheduled at 10 tomorrow. I'll sit in because I've already spoken with her, but as far as I'm concerned, it's in your hands now. Thank you, Suzannah, Carlo said quietly, and she looked up to meet his eyes, finding him giving her an intent, serious look. I appreciate this. She didn't ask exactly what. Her cooperation, she assumed. Well, if he could be professional, so could she. Even though the traitorous little voice in her hindbrain was loudly wondering if Carlo still looked just as good naked as she remembered. Chapter 7. Hey, Nessa said in surprise as Suzannah slid onto a stool at the pool bar. Don't often see you here. It's my day off, Suzannah said, a little crossly. Why shouldn't I be here? No reason, Nessa shrugged. Just that I haven't seen you down here in a couple months. And I know I'm working fewer days now, but even so. You used to come down in the quiet hour after lunch quite often, grab a cool drink and shoot the breeze, before heading back to start dinner prep. A cool drink sounds good. I'll take a fruit punch, Suzannah said pointedly, making Nessa laugh. Whatever the reason, it's good to see you. She set the tall glass in front of Suzannah and leaned on the bar, smiling at her warmly. Suzannah's cross mood evaporated, and she smiled back. You too. She took a long sip of her drink before admitting, I've been run off my feet lately, but being able to hand over the pastry kitchen has made a huge difference. I don't know what to do with all this extra time I've suddenly got. Talking of your new pastry chef, a voice said, and Suzannah turned her head to see her friend Jill taking the seat beside her. Holy macaroni, he's hot. A pretty Chinese-Australian woman a couple of years older than Suzannah, Jill had the tricky job of guest relations manager, which she always said with a dry smile meant troubleshooter and general kicker of asses. She spoke fluent Mandarin and Japanese, and enough to get by in 6 other languages, including Suzannah's native French, which she often asked if she could practice with her. You know he's Italian, right? He'll probably give you language coaching if you ask, Nessa suggested, pouring Jill a drink too. He can coach me in anything he likes, Jill sighed dreamily, staring past Suzannah with something a lot like naked lust on her face. Just look at those abs. Slowly, almost dreading what she knew she would find, Suzannah turned to look. Carlo stood beside the pool, clearly having just emerged from a swim. His dark hair sleek with water, droplets slid down his chest and shoulders, tracing a path down to navy blue board shorts, which clung to him like a second skin. He was talking to 2 teenage girls, who were clearly hanging on his every word, staring at him raptly. He was well worth a few stares, Suzannah admitted to herself privately. Her memory hadn't done him justice, or maybe it was just that he'd filled out some with muscle in the years since she last saw him. Naturally olive-skinned due to his Italian heritage, he was all lean muscle under smooth skin, strong and defined. She wanted to trace the path of the water droplets over his pecs and abs with her tongue. Shocked and angry at herself, Suzannah twisted back around to the bar and grabbed up her drink, draining it quickly and setting the glass down again. Nessa was watching her with knowing dark eyes. "He's seriously sexy, Suzannah. You two have some history. He can't take his eyes off you, you know." "Nonsense," Suzannah said, far too quickly. "Rubbish! That's ridiculous." Nessa was laughing at her, and Jill said teasingly, "Methinks the lady doth protest too much. You won't mind if I have a crack at him, then?" For a moment, Suzannah saw red. She had to take a deep breath to make herself say, "Have at it." And even to her own ears she sounded utterly unconvincing. Jill began to laugh too. "Even if I believed for a second you meant that," she got out through her giggles, "I'd be wasting my time. There's always a lot of competition for Carlo's attention, but you're more than pretty enough to catch his eye," Suzannah disagreed, not wanting Jill to put herself down, even if the thought of the two of them together did make her feel sick with jealousy. Nessa laughed harder. Jill sobered, shaking her head, and reached out to put her hand on Suzannah's arm. "That's really kind of you to say, honey, but what I meant was, it wouldn't matter if I looked like Margot Robbie. He'd still be staring at you." "He's not—" Suzannah trailed off. Jill was giving her a very pointed stare, and then she tilted her head very slightly to the left. Suzannah's head turned almost against her will. Carlo was approaching at a quick walk, eyes fixed on her, a smile on his handsome face. "Hey," he said cheerfully, slipping onto the vacant stool on her other side. "What are you doing here?" As soon as the words slipped out, Suzannah wanted to take them back. Carlo's brows went up, and his cheerful smile slipped slightly. "Taking a break after the lunch rush," he said. "Samira is doing some very delicate hand-painting work on the cake for tomorrow's wedding, and everything is well in hand for tonight's menu. Is there something you needed me to look after in the main kitchen?" Well aware she'd been ungracious, Suzannah shook her head. No. I was just surprised to see you here, that's all." "It didn't take me long to discover Nessa's the best bartender on the island." "Oh, hi, Jill." Carlo's eyes finally slid past her to Jill, but cut almost instantly back to Suzannah again. "It's a surprise to see you here, actually." His gaze dropped only briefly, but she knew he'd taken in every detail of her swimsuit, a very modest black one-piece, which revealed less skin than any other woman at the poolside except Nessa, who wore her work polo shirt and shorts. She didn't even own a bikini, and suddenly she was wondering if she could find one she liked in the resort boutiques. Giving herself a stern mental shake, she frowned at Carlo. "I've been busy." "Well, you know what they say. All work and no play makes Suzannah a workaholic." "I am not a workaholic," she denied hotly, and was shocked to hear Jill and Nessa chorus in unison. "Yes, you are." "What?" She whipped her head round, giving each of them in turn a betrayed look. "You two are supposed to be my friends." "And friends point out when friends are working too hard," Jill said dryly. "When was the last time you left the island, Suzannah?" She had to stop and think about it. After a moment she snapped her fingers triumphantly. "I went to that new winery opening in the Barossa Valley last month." "That was 3 months ago," Nessa said, "and Eduard, Luke and I were there too. It was a work trip. We visited 3 wineries, a boutique brewery, and 2 organic fruit farms. All in 2 days, and all because you wanted to check out their produce for the island." She raised her eyebrows at Suzannah. "We never stopped working. You even selected the restaurants we ate at to check out the competition." Suzannah frowned. 3 months? Really? Really? And it doesn't count as a break? Nessa leaned her elbows on the bar and looked Suzannah in the eye. "Friend to friend, I'm telling you, you've been working too hard, and it started long before you fired Vicky." She didn't like hearing it, and she especially didn't like knowing Carlo was sitting beside her, listening to every word. "Noted," she said crisply. "Now could you please stop lecturing me and pour me another drink? And since it's my day off, you could put a shot of rum in the next one." "Done." Satisfied that Suzannah had heeded her intervention, Nessa turned away, and within moments was setting down a tall frosted glass before her. "Enjoy. One for you too, Carlo?"
"Yes, but make mine a virgin. Unlike Suzannah, I've got to go back to the kitchen."
Carlo smiled warmly. Jill sighed from Suzannah's other side. "Sadly, I'm back on duty in an hour. We've got a conference starting tomorrow, and most of the delegates are coming in on a charter flight to Hamilton this afternoon." Setting her empty glass down on the bar, she rose to her feet. "Catch you guys later." "Later," Suzannah said, watching Jill walk away. She glanced quickly at Carlo, fully expecting him to be appreciating Jill's neat figure from the back, especially in the hot pink bikini Jill was sporting, but Carlo's eyes were firmly fixed on her. "What?" she asked, a little uncomfortable under his scrutiny.
"You're happy here."
It was a statement, not a question. Not quite understanding his meaning, Suzannah frowned. "Yes, I'm happy. I've been here almost 3 years now, made La Sirène to the restaurant of my dreams."
"I'm not talking about the restaurant. Stop thinking about work for just a moment, will you?"
He smiled to take the sting from the words.
"I'm talking about you. You were never much for friendships back when we lived in Paris. Your hometown, no less. But here, you seem to have a lot of people you're close with. Everyone smiles when they talk about you."
"They do?"
"Indeed. Your staff are in awe of you, of course. Julie might actually believe you can walk on water."
Suzannah smiled a bit at that. "She's going to be a superstar one day. We're lucky to have her." Carlo nodded in agreement.
"It's outside the restaurant staff where your friends are, though. Nessa thinks the world of you."
He tilted his head towards the diminutive bartender, currently shaking a cocktail for a customer at the other end of the bar with her distinctive flair.
"Olivia told me you were her roomie when she first arrived on the island, and how kind and supportive you were. Lucy, that sweet marine biologist who's married to the dive instructor, said you went out of your way to make her wedding cake yourself, even though you had a competent pastry chef then. And—"
"Stop!" Suzannah held up her hand. "You'd have done exactly the same thing."
"Without pay for the hours you put in."
"She and Bryce are my friends." As far as Suzannah was concerned, that was all that needed to be said.
"That's my point, exactly. You and I were at school together for a year and lived together for another, and in all that time, I don't think I could name one person who you'd really considered a friend. Yet here you have so many. This place is good for you, Suzannah."
He looked earnest as he leaned towards her.
"You might be working too hard, but it's still good to see you looking so well and happy, and with friends who obviously care about you."
She didn't know what to say. Carlo seemed absolutely sincere, his eyes intent on her face. Finally, she nodded. "This feels more like home to me than Paris ever was," she admitted. "Though it can get pretty unbearably hot when summer comes, I don't think I'd ever want to go back to living in a cold climate. I haven't seen snow in 5 years, and you have no idea how happy that makes me." She tried to make a joke of it, and Carlo chuckled, the low, sensuous sound that still made goosebumps pop up on her arms all these years later. Moving quickly, hoping he didn't notice her reaction, she jumped up to her feet. "Anyway, I came down here for a swim, and I haven't had one yet. See you later." Chapter 8. Carlo watched Suzannah hurry away, appreciating the sight of her tall, shapely body in the simple one-piece she probably thought demurely covered her up. He didn't need to see her stomach to admire her, though. After all, he could see every inch of her spectacular legs. At almost 6 foot in her bare feet, Suzannah was only an inch shorter than Carlo himself, and he was a self-confessed legs man. On her feet all day, moving fast around a busy kitchen, she was fit and lean, and those long legs were slender and toned. "You're drooling," an amused voice said behind him, and he wrinkled his nose before turning back to smile ruefully at Nessa. "It's her legs, I'm afraid. My baser instincts overcome me when I see those legs. My brains just dribble right out of my head." "What a revolting image!" She was laughing at him. "Everyone's dying to know what's the deal with you two, you know. My money's on a youthful affair which ended badly." "You're a perceptive woman, Nessa." Carlo lifted his glass to her in a toast. "I'm afraid Suzannah walked out on me, and my ego never quite recovered from the blow." "Why? Were you running around on her?" "I've no idea, and hell no. I was crazy about her." Something about Nessa's calm manner inspired him to share confidences, and he probably shouldn't, Carlo realised. At the same time, he didn't want to antagonize Suzannah's friends. "We were both working crazy hours. I wouldn't have had the time, even if I'd been inclined to look at another girl." "Good to know," Nessa nodded. "So she just broke up with you?" "She just left. Packed their suitcases and took the Eurostar from Paris to London. If I hadn't come home as she was leaving and insisted on going with her to the station, I wouldn't have even known that much." "Geez." Nessa looked startled. "That seems pretty drastic." "At the time, I thought it was the end of the world." His heart still ached when he thought of that day. Carlo put a hand over it and looked towards the pool, where Suzannah was swimming casual breaststroke laps, weaving around playing children with amused looks. "Looking back, I suppose she just didn't know how to tell me it was over. We were both little more than kids, barely out of our teens, and I guess she didn't want to settle down. I had all these plans. I just introduced her to my parents, for God's sake." "She really broke your heart, didn't she?" Nessa said sympathetically. "She did." Carlo smiled ruefully. "I've long since forgiven her, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't take this job, at least in part because of her." "Hoping she might give you a second chance?" "I guess so." He shrugged. "She doesn't seem that way inclined, though." "You might be surprised," Nessa said cryptically. "Give her some time."
I've got plenty of that."
Finishing his drink, Carlo set the glass back down on the bar.
"Thanks, Nessa. I'd better get back to work."
"Catch you later." Nessa collected his glass with a nod and a friendly smile, and Carlo headed back to his room to shower and change into work clothes. He couldn't stop thinking about what Nessa had said. Did the bartender know something he didn't about Suzannah's feelings towards him?
"Don't get your hopes up," he told himself aloud, as the shower beat hot water down on him. "She'd still much prefer it if you weren't here at all."
It was the first evening Suzannah hadn't been in the kitchen since Carlo's arrival, and he was a little shocked by just how quickly things went sideways without her commanding presence. Julie knew her stuff as a chef, but as a people manager, she just didn't have the confidence to snap out orders to her underlings.
4 times Carlo ended up leaving the pastry kitchen for the main kitchen to sort out issues, drawn by the sound of raised voices.
"Enough," he said sharply to one of the waitresses, picking up 2 plates from the counter and shoving them into her hands. "Your business is out there, not in here. Go. When you return, the other 2 plates for your table will be ready."
Julie looked almost ready to cry, but she was also swiftly preparing the second round of plates. "Thank you, Chef Gianetti," she mumbled.
"You're welcome."
Leaning in across the counter towards her, he said quietly,
"You're in charge in Chef Monteil's absence. Don't forget that. You're letting them walk all over you."
He didn't have time to stay, but he did Julie a favour by shooting glowering looks at several of the people around her. They all looked away, shamefaced, and he muttered under his breath before returning to his own domain. None of them had any idea whether, on any given day, a customer sitting at one of their tables might actually be a restaurant critic. These days, everyone was a critic, thanks to TripAdvisor and other online rating sites. One bad night in the kitchen could cost them a great deal, especially since they hadn't the faintest idea when another Michelin judge might visit. Nobody had even known Michelin was planning an Australia guide until the first was published, after all. All Carlo could do was keep a lid on things for tonight. At least he could make sure patrons left the restaurant after a dessert course to remember. The staff in the pastry kitchen were getting up to speed with some of his new recipes by running them as nightly specials, and feedback so far was everything he might have hoped. The only blight on the horizon was Edouard the sommelier, who seemed to find fault with everything Carlo did. The Frenchman rarely said anything directly, but his disapproving glances and his immediate disparaging of Carlo's suggestions for possible dessert wines to pair with his creations made it clear Carlo was an unwelcome intruder. Was there something going on between Edouard and Suzannah? Carlo really couldn't be sure. They were certainly close, Edouard almost possessive of her attention, and Suzannah didn't seem uncomfortable with it. Both of them were professional enough to keep any personal relationship outside the restaurant, but Carlo suspected, considering they all lived on a literal island, a secret like that couldn't be kept. Someone would have been seen sneaking about in the night, and the gossip would fly. No, the pair weren't in an active relationship, he thought, but it wasn't for lack of Edouard wanting to. The mere thought of the 2 of them together kept Carlo awake at nights, despite his tiredness. Every time Edouard was in the kitchen at the same time as Suzannah, Carlo's focus was utterly shot. He couldn't concentrate on what he was doing, always straining to try and overhear their conversation. When Suzannah laughed at something Edouard said, Carlo ground his teeth. It was at lunchtime the following day when he finally snapped. The lunch rush had passed, the main kitchen in clean-up mode now, and the pastry kitchen sending out the last few desserts. Edouard came in and was leaning on the counter, Suzannah laughing at something he said.
"You should be concentrating on your staff's performance, not flirting with the sommelier," Carlo said in rapid-fire French, as he set 2 plates on the counter for one of the waitstaff to take out. He was pretty sure nobody else in the kitchen except the 2 in front of him spoke French well enough to follow what he'd just said. Suzannah's cheeks flamed red. Edouard, the coward, retreated back through the doors into the main restaurant as she whirled to face Carlo.
"What did you say?"
"You heard me. It was a shit show in here last night. They can't function without you cracking the whip over them, which means you fucked up, chef."
Carlo was spoiling for an argument. He continued speaking French, though, not wanting the rest of the staff to know what he was saying. "My office, now!" Her eyes flashed emerald fire as she jabbed a finger at the door leading to her shoebox of an office. Carlo waited only until the door closed behind them before speaking again.
"Your tendency to over-control is coming back to bite you in the ass. It's not that you don't want time off, but you can't have it, is that right? You don't trust them to maintain your standards without you here, and guess what? Your lack of trust is a self-fulfilling prophecy, because now they don't trust themselves.
Suzannah had been about to go off like a rocket, Carlo was pretty sure, but as he finished speaking she paused, arrested by what he'd just told her. What? What happened last night? She looked almost ready to snatch the office door open and barge out into the kitchen again. Carlo reached to put a hand on her sleeve, stop her doing anything dramatic.
It wasn't a disaster, but it was very obvious your staff are used to having you on top of everything, all of the time. Without you there to hold their hands and wipe their noses, they were all over the place.
A frown settled on Suzannah's face, her brows drawing together. Reaching up, she pulled off her cap, letting her thick red curls tumble free, and took a step back to perch a hip on the edge of her desk. Julie's perfectly capable of managing the menu.
She is, but Julie doesn't have it in her to manage the staff, not right now. You've taught her well as regards her skills with food, and she obviously idolizes you, but she doesn't have your strength of character. She might never have it. You had more command in your little finger at 18 than she does at, 25?
He stepped forward, unable to resist getting closer to her, reached out to touch her cheek lightly.
It's innate in you. She'll have to learn it the hard way.
I don't understand what you mean. Suzannah shook her head. She still looked tired, Carlo thought, as though her day off hadn't refreshed her much at all. Surprisingly, she wasn't slapping his hand off her face, though, so he left it there, stroking her cheek very lightly with the back of his finger, savouring the softness of her skin.
I'd call it charisma. Even as a girl, you had it in spades, the way you spoke, the way you held yourself. You had a complete and total confidence in your abilities I could only envy.
You? She laughed, sounding as though she didn't believe him. Come off it. I was the girl from the slums, the one nobody asked to parties or on dates.
Nobody asked you anywhere because you intimidated the hell out of them. Believe me, I had no idea about your background until you told me about it yourself, after we started dating.
Really? She looked surprised by that, before shaking her head. We aren't talking about me. We're talking about Julie. I don't know how to help her, if it's confidence she has a problem with.
Because it's never been your problem.
Her hair had fallen against his hand as she shook her head, and he tangled his fingers in a couple of the long silken curls now, stroking slowly.
Maybe it's because of that hard-scrabble upbringing. You had to learn to be tough from an early age, and eventually it just became part of who you are. Makes sense that you don't know how to teach someone else how to do it.
She put a hand up slowly, and her fingers touched his, held on. Startled, Carlo wasn't about to let go. How do I help her, then? She was asking for his advice. Carlo blinked a couple of times, genuinely astonished, and Suzannah smiled wryly. I've done some growing up in the last 9 years, Carlo. Enough to learn that when I don't have the skills to do something, it's time to ask for help. You recognized a problem I didn't even know I had. Maybe you've got some idea how to fix it.
I could work with her, he said slowly. If you were okay with that. I know she's your protégé.
She is, but I'm not so arrogant as to think she can't learn useful skills from someone else. Her fingers tightened on his, and she straightened up, looking him straight in the eye. If you're willing to help her, I'd very much appreciate it. Chapter 9. Carlo looked almost shell-shocked, Suzannah thought, as he nodded assent. He really hadn't expected her to accept his advice, to listen to him, but when someone was right, they were right, and a wise woman or man listened and learned. She wasn't sure when he'd taken her hand and started touching her hair, but she liked it far too much. She must be touch-starved, she decided, as she tried to tell herself she should let go of his hand, move back. Somehow, she couldn't stop looking at his lips, those beautifully shaped, masculine lips. Her traitorous memory supplied a perfect recall of how they tasted, how they felt exploring every inch of her body as he teased her to impossible pitches of ecstasy.
"Maybe I can teach you something too," Carlo said softly, his dark eyes gazing steadily into hers. "Help you let go some of that tight control,
Unable to speak, she swallowed to try and get some moisture into her dry mouth. He was so close, she could feel his breath on her mouth. Her eyelids drooped, her eyes wanting to drift shut. He was going to kiss her. "This really can't happen," came out of her mouth. Somewhere deep in her mind, her libido gave up with a roll of its eyes and slinked off to sulk in a corner.
"You pick your moments, don't you?"
Carlo let go of her hand and took a step back. Suzannah took a deep breath, shaking her head to clear it of the lingering sensual fog his mere presence seemed to cause in her. "You know I'm right. Whether or not Julie can learn to manage the staff effectively, I have to retain their respect. Nobody knows about our past relationship, and I need to keep it that way."
"Or what?" he asked dryly, folding his arms and cocking an eyebrow. "Or they might notice you're a sexy-as-hell red-blooded woman. Half your staff are sleeping with each other anyway, and the other half are involved with other members of the resort staff."
"They are?" Suzannah blinked in surprise.
"You really don't notice anything that doesn't have to do with food, do you?"
The question annoyed her, mainly because, as usual with Carlo, his jab was right on target. Her jaw clenched, but she consciously ordered herself to relax it. "He's been on the island a week, and it's clear he knows more about my staff than I do. Which means he's right and I've stuffed up." Lowering her head so she didn't have to look at him, she took a deep breath before speaking. "Thanks for bringing the problem to my attention, Chef Gianetti." Carlo laughed, and she looked up again to meet his eyes. He was leaning back against the office door, a wicked grin on his handsome face.
"You do realize everyone's going to assume we were making out in here anyway, don't you?"
"Are you trying to say we might as well?" He shrugged, the maddening grin still in place, and she reached behind her without looking, picked up a pen off the desk and threw it at him. "Get out of here!" Her lips were twitching, though, giving away her desire to smile, and Carlo laughed, batting the pen away.
"Another time, Cara."
He winked at her before exiting. The door closed behind him, and Suzannah sagged, rounding her desk to collapse into her office chair. Her hands were shaking, she noticed dimly, blood roaring in her ears from her racing pulse. She'd fought hard to conceal her physical reactions from Carlo, but was pretty sure she'd failed. How she'd found the willpower to tell him not to kiss her, she hadn't the faintest idea. She'd wanted him to, so badly she could almost taste it. Sighing, she picked her cap up and started cramming her hair back into a bun at the back of her head. The night wasn't over yet, and she needed to make sure everything finished up smoothly. Tomorrow, she'd figure out what to do about her own failings with her staff. Maybe she'd go see her friend Rosie, the resort staff manager. If anyone could advise her, it would be Rosie. At lunchtime the following day, Suzannah strode back into the restaurant, armed with new confidence in herself and a plan. Rosie had listened to her anxious outpouring and given her some actionable first steps to take, first among them being, "Listen to Carlo. He's a smart cookie, if he's got all this figured out after only a week, and while he could have been more tactful approaching you with it, I'd say he only wants to help." Therefore, her first move once she entered the kitchens was to step into the pastry kitchen, where Carlo was hard at work, piping small spirals of melted chocolate onto baking paper, presumably to form decorations on whatever fabulous concoction he planned to serve up that evening. "Morning," she said cheerfully. Carlo glanced up and smiled.
"Good morning, Chef Monteil," he said very properly.
Suzannah could almost feel the tension of the staff working around them, all talk silenced and ears on stalks, as everyone surreptitiously watched. They were all wondering just what had transpired in her office last night, Suzannah was quite sure, and firmly ordered herself not to blush as she thought about Carlo's remarks. No doubt there would indeed be speculation, but she didn't intend to fuel it. "I don't see your dessert special for tonight on the board. What are you planning?"
"Mandarin chocolate bomb, which is a flourless chocolate sponge inside a spherical chocolate shell, stuffed with dark chocolate mousse, finished with mandarin cream and slices of mandarin for garnish."
"Very good." She nodded approval and tried not to salivate, because it sounded absolutely fantastic. "I look forward to sampling it."
"Should be ready shortly. The chocolate shells are just setting."
He cocked an eyebrow at her, silently asking if there was something else she needed. "After lunch is finished, would you sit down with Julie and I in my office?" she requested, hoping he'd work out why, without her needing to spell it out in front of the rest of the staff.
"Of course. I'm at your disposal, Chef."
His expression was calmly attentive, his tone respectful, but she could see the glint of amusement in his eyes. She gave him a crisp nod and withdrew, returning to her own domain and Julie, who looked at her with anxious eyes. "Is something wrong, Chef Monteil?" "Not at all. I just want your input as we finalize the new menu." "You do?" Julie looked startled. "Absolutely. You'll be just as responsible for implementing it, after all. We're not only changing the dessert menu, I have several ideas for the main menu and for some new specials I'd like to try, and I'll need your help training the staff. Plus, you'll be in charge whenever I have a night off, of course. I want to make sure you're comfortable with what we're putting in place." Startled, but obviously gratified to be consulted, Julie thanked her and returned to work with a smile on her face, long knife flashing as she expertly filleted and sliced a huge fish, a whole fresh barramundi, ready for char grilling and serving over a sweet potato mash with a green curry-infused coconut cream sauce. Ordinarily, Suzannah would have picked up some utensils and set to work herself, but today she paused and looked around the kitchen, making herself slow down and take in everything, observing more than just the food preparation going on. Her staff were cheerful, talking to each other as knives chopped, blenders whirred and pots were stirred. The occasional quiet laugh sounded out as they chatted, the atmosphere of the kitchen at a fairly low intensity in this brief lull before the first orders started coming in at noon. What did Carlo see when he looked around? Nibbling on the edge of her lip, Suzannah let her gaze sweep over the staff again, this time looking at more than just expressions, at the body language and silent signals she'd been missing before. There, by the big stainless steel sinks, Nita was washing broccoli and trading decidedly flirtatious glances with Ramon. Beyond them, Joel and Richard's shoulders were touching as they peeled prawns, the two of them trading looks which were definitely more than fond. Suzannah hadn't even realized the pair were gay, not that it made the slightest difference to her, except she should watch out for anyone else treating them differently, it occurred to her. Homophobia would definitely not be tolerated in her kitchen, any more than racism or sexism. Or any other ism, including ableism. She paused to smile at Lydia, an Australian Army veteran who had lost her left arm below the elbow during overseas service. She had an advanced prosthesis, but her dream of being a chef had taken quite a few hits before she applied for a job at La Sirène. Right now, she was preparing scallops for appetizers,
her prosthesis actually an advantage, as she was less at risk of cuts from the sharp shell edges. And Lydia was exchanging heated glances with Geordie, a burly Scotsman who was one of the most recently arrived staff members, as Geordie deftly tossed a big skillet of mushrooms in hot butter. Was everyone in her kitchen getting it on except her? Suzannah wondered. She glanced sideways at Julie, now preparing a second barramundi. She'd been working with the other girl for 18 months and knew almost nothing personal about her, she realised with a pang of guilt. Yes, getting overly friendly with your underlings wasn't the best idea, but she should have made more of an effort. Maybe it wasn't too late to start. "You're rostered off tomorrow. Got any plans?" she asked in a cheerful tone as she took her place beside Julie at the long stainless steel counter. Julie looked around in surprise for a moment, obviously wondering if Suzannah was talking to someone else, before blushing slightly and returning to her work. "Going over to Early with my boyfriend," she said. "I fancy doing a bit of shopping." "Didn't know you were dating anyone." Suzannah kept her tone light as she deftly mixed flour, sugar, salt, ground chili and ground cumin in a bowl for her spicy tempura batter base. "Does he work here too?" Collecting the chilled sparkling water from a nearby refrigerator, she measured it and poured it carefully into the well she'd made in the dry mixture. "He's a landscape gardener," Julie answered. "Though he's technically employed by the resort, he spends most of his time working on the gardens at the private villas. They contract with the resort for services." "Sounds intriguing if you like gardening," Suzannah remarked. "Is he involved with our herb garden?" The resort actually grew a large amount of their own fresh herbs and had a small grove of tropical fruit trees as well, all of the produce supplied to the resort restaurants. Julie's blush deepened. "That's how we met, actually. I went down to the fruit grove to see if we had any passion fruit coming ripe, and Pete was up a coconut tree. He almost dropped a coconut on my head." Suzannah laughed delightedly. "But that's adorable." Julie giggled too, her eyes shining as she looked up. "Pete says it'll be a great story to tell our grandchildren. I keep saying he's getting ahead of himself, but I really do think he's the one." "How lovely, and I hope you're right," Suzannah said, and she meant it. Julie was a sweet girl with a bright future as a chef, and she deserved to find love and happiness. "What about you, chef?" Julie asked, her tone a little tentative. "Is there anyone special in your life?" Slapping her down for being too familiar was absolutely the wrong thing to do at that moment. Suzannah knew it, despite it being her first instinct. Instead, she pasted on a small smile and shook her head. "I'm married to La Sirène," she said in a teasing tone. Julie smiled in response to the joke, but then she glanced around, as though checking nobody was close enough to overhear, before asking in a quiet voice, "What about Carlo?" Suzannah made herself stop whisking the tempura before she overdid it. "What about him?" Her voice had gone a bit squeaky, she registered, too late. "Well, he certainly looks at you as though he's interested. And I mean, he's lovely, isn't he? So handsome and really nice with it. If I didn't have Pete, I think I'd probably be totally losing my head over him, like a teenage fangirl." There was nothing to dispute about Julie's statement, Suzannah thought a little dismally. Indeed, she'd once lost her head over Carlo entirely. Instinctively, she glanced towards the pastry kitchen, but he wasn't visible from where she stood at that moment. Which was good. The last thing she needed was the opportunity to moon over his too handsome face, instead of focusing on her work. Chapter 10. Carlo plated up one of his Mandarin chocolate bomb specials to put in the dessert showcase at the front of the restaurant before dinner that evening, and another one to take to Suzannah for sampling. She gave him an amused look, but set aside the lamb racks she was dressing and washed her hands. "These did sound fantastic when you told me about it earlier,"
she said, accepting the offered plate and inspecting the glossy chocolate sphere nestled amid piped creamy waves, thin lines of mandarin syrup crisscrossed underneath, and 3 carefully prepared mandarin slices arranged symmetrically around the hole. "And it looks stunning." The chocolate shell, about the size of a tennis ball, cracked and splintered at the slightest tap of her fork, and Suzannah dug in to scoop out a forkful of decadent chocolate mousse and sponge cake. "Talk about spoiling my dinner." Gathering a little of the mandarin cream up too, she put the fork into her mouth. The moan she let out would have made a dead man sit up and take notice, and Carlo was very far from dead. His cock leaped instantly to attention, pushing hard against the fly of his pants, and he spared a moment to be grateful for the long chef's coat which maintained his modesty. Although if Suzannah moaned like that again, he was going to lose it and kiss her right here in the kitchen in front of all the staff, and to hell with the ensuing gossip. Suzannah had closed her eyes as she tasted the decadent treat, and she opened them now to reveal their emerald colour glimmering through her long lashes. "Christ, Carlo, that's absolutely sinful," she said, her voice a little huskier than usual.
"That's the general idea."
He could barely speak. The sight of Suzannah licking chocolate off her lips nearly sent him to his knees. Her eyes held his, and slowly, tantalizingly, she scooped up another mouthful. She was doing it deliberately this time, and everything in Carlo wanted to respond to the challenge her eloquent look sent him. "You're working," he told himself sternly, though it was hard to hear the voice of his conscience over the blood pounding in his ears. Suzannah was challenging him to maintain his professionalism in the face of temptation. It was one of the hardest things he'd ever had to do, but he made himself turn away and say, "Enjoy your dessert, chef," over his shoulder as he headed back to the pastry kitchen. Behind him he heard Julie say, "That looks fantastic, chef. Could I have a taste?" Suzannah's throaty chuckle reached his ears, followed by, "Bugger off and get your own." He had to laugh. At least she appreciated his cooking. And later, after the restaurant closed down for the night, he was going to find out if that inviting look she'd given him was a limited-time offer or not. Carlo didn't have a great deal to do that evening. The chocolate bombs had all been made earlier that day, and only needed their presentation plates finishing before sending out to the diners. Keeping a weather eye on the staff taking care of the rest of the standard desserts from the menu, he allowed himself to relax a little. Which, of course, was when a yell of "Fire!" went up in the main kitchen. Carlo reacted fast, sprinting through the doorway in time to see a sheet of flame whooshing upwards above an open grill. Suzannah was only a couple of steps away, turning with a startled look on her face. It all happened so fast, it didn't occur to him to wonder until much later why the automatic fire suppressant system hadn't come on. He reacted by instinct, leaping forward and slapping his hand down on the manual release. Fire suppressant rained down from the hood above the grill, extinguishing the flames almost instantly. Greasy black smoke billowed upwards instead. "Shit!" Suzannah yelled. "Don't let the doors open!" She pointed to the doors leading out to the dining area, and staff who'd stood frozen during the emergency rushed to hold them closed.
"Get all the extraction hoods running at max,"
Carlo ordered sharply, and within a couple of minutes the pall of smoke was clearing. Suzannah still looked shell-shocked, unable to understand how the fire had started, but there was no time now to investigate. Diners were waiting for their meals, the grill had to be cleared and cleaned and fresh food cooked. Carlo set to with a will, scraping the grill off while Suzannah moved to prepare the dishes again. Between them they had the mishap corrected in 10 minutes flat, a short enough time nobody outside the kitchen would ever guess there had been a problem in the first place. Rolling his head from side to stretch out tight neck muscles,
Carlo glanced around the pastry kitchen. The last plate had gone out about a quarter-hour before, and all activity was centred around clean-up now. He'd been briefly panicked they might run out of the chocolate bomb specials, but there were still 3 left in the refrigerator after the final order came in.
"I'm going to call it a night," he told Samira, the young chef with a talent for cake decoration. She was in her own corner of the kitchen, making tiny sugar roses for a wedding cake. Glancing up, she nodded, the corners of her eyes crinkling.
"I'll finish these off and turn in myself. I can supervise the washing up, Chef Gianetti, I promise."
"I know you can." He could still see Julie in the main kitchen anyway, and she wouldn't leave until the kitchen was restored to the pristine state Suzannah required. "Good night, and don't stay up too late. Those could wait until tomorrow morning."
"They could, but I'm having fun."
Samira smiled shyly, and he laughed before bidding her a good night again and taking his leave. Carlo debated going to Suzannah's cabin, but he was tired and sweaty, and he probably stank of smoke from the incident earlier. He'd take a shower first, wander by and see if there was a light on. If she hadn't left a light on, well, he'd assume she'd just been testing him earlier on to see if he could stay professional in the face of extreme provocation. And if she had left a light on, well... His train of thought stuttered to a halt as he approached his own cabin, and a tall, slim figure stood up from the chair on the tiny veranda outside. Red hair haloed by moonlight, Suzannah was there waiting for him. He hadn't thought she'd follow through, Carlo realised, as shock rooted his feet to the ground. He'd fully expected to go by Suzannah's cabin, find it dark and silent, and spend yet another night tossing and turning as sleep eluded him.
"This is a terrible idea,"
Suzannah said.
"And yet you're here."
He made no move towards her. If she wanted to leave, he wouldn't try and stop her. She said something under her breath very fast in French, and stepped forward rapidly, grabbing at him, one hand on his shoulder and the other curving behind his head to grasp onto his hair as she brought their mouths roughly together. She'd brushed her teeth and smelled delicious, clean and fresh. She'd showered before coming to him, Carlo registered, thinking only vaguely of his own less than pristine state as Suzannah kissed him, the urgency of her desire very evident. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her back hungrily, letting her know his need very much matched her own.
"Inside."
Suzannah pulled back from the kiss at last.
"Please, Carlo."
"I need to wash up,"
he said regretfully, even as he let her pull him towards the cabin.
"I don't care," she said. "I can't wait. I need you."
That was the end of any thought of delay from Carlo. His hands shook as he scrabbled in his pants pocket for his key, somehow managed to get the door unlocked and pull Suzannah inside, grateful he'd thought to program the air conditioner to come on in the late evening, making his room blissfully cool now. A small lamp glowed beside the bed, bathing the room in a soft golden light as he turned to pull the curtains quickly closed. Suzannah had put on a dress after her shower, the first one he'd seen her wear here on the island, where she seemed to live in her work uniform. Reaching down to grasp the hem of the simple cotton garment, she pulled it up and over her head in one easy sweep, revealing to a dazzled Carlo that she wasn't wearing anything underneath it. His tongue seemed to be stuck to the roof of his mouth as he stared, eyes almost out on stalks. The last 9 years had been very kind to Suzannah Monteil. He already knew that from having seen her in her swimsuit, but naked she was absolutely spectacular. At 20, she'd still not quite grown into her height, all gangling legs and slight curves. Today she was sleek and strong, but all woman, her breasts a juicy handful, the flare of her hips a sensual lure it would have taken a far stronger man than Carlo to resist. With a groan deep in his throat, he reached for her, hand settling gently on that rich curve of her waist. Suzannah made a soft sound, her emerald gaze holding his steadily, though he saw her lick her lips and suspected she wasn't as confident as she pretended to be.
"You are so beautiful, Cara," he told her, his voice a husky, lustful rasp. "Glorious."
A little smile curved the corners of her lips up, and she tilted her proud head slightly to one side before purring, "Show me." He was absolutely delighted to oblige, drawing her over to his bed, thankful for his tidy habits as he'd made it before leaving for work. Guiding her to sit down, he paused to yank his t-shirt off over his head, making a face as he tossed the damp, not too sweet-smelling fabric aside.
"You sure you don't want to wait for me to take a shower?"
She grinned, unexpectedly wicked. "You'd only get all sweaty again. Maybe we'll take one together. Afterwards." Reaching for his belt, she pulled the tail free from the loop on his pants, released the buckle. Carlo knew his need for her was pretty obvious, his erection pushing against the thin fabric of his pants, but she showed no hesitation, freeing the button and easing his fly down carefully. Plainly, Suzannah didn't intend to waste time, and Carlo had no intention of slowing things down. He stepped out of his shoes, helped Suzannah pull down his pants and jockey shorts, took them off along with his socks, and finally stood proud and naked before her.
"Lie back," he requested. "I've been thinking about this for a long, long time. Want to make sure I get it right."
It was still dark when she woke up spooned against Carlo's body, one of his strong arms curled laxly around her waist, and almost immediately Suzannah developed a serious case of morning-after regret. It wasn't a situation she should be finding herself in, she chastised herself silently, while wondering if she'd be able to make her escape without waking him up. He slept lightly, though, and if he caught her in the middle of sneaking out, it would be so much more mortifying than just facing him and behaving like a grown-up.
"I can practically hear the gears whirring in your brain," Carlo murmured in her ear, his stubble scratchy on the back of her neck as his jaw moved. "Stop thinking so hard, Suzannah."
"Can't help it," she admitted, even as her body quivered in involuntary delight at the way his arm tightened, pulling her closer against his body and the morning wood she quickly discovered he was sporting. "We really shouldn't be doing this."
"Says who? I read the staff code of conduct. The only people we're not allowed to get involved with are resort guests. This isn't the military, where relationships within the chain of command are strictly prohibited."
His breath tickled her ear, even as his hand slid stealthily upward to cup her breast.
"I'm not going to undermine you, Suzannah. Quite the opposite. I'll back you up any way you need. You earned that Michelin star. La Sirène is your restaurant. I'm just your pastry chef, and believe me, I have no designs on your job. Just your body."
She smiled, as he'd intended her to, she guessed. "I know you wouldn't undermine me." The thought had never even crossed her mind. "Not intentionally. I just worry about keeping the respect of the staff if they know I'm sleeping with you."
Carlo snorted. "Have you met you? Disrespect, my ass. You'd singe their ears if they dared, and not with a brûlée torch either."
That made her laugh, and she twisted over to face him, tossing the mass of her hair out of the way when he lifted his head off it. She didn't really know how to put into words the questions she really wanted to ask. Are you staying? Where is this going? And Carlo seemed to read her uncertainty in her eyes. Gently, he placed his forefinger against her lips.
"Hush," he said quietly. "There'll be time to work out exactly what this is, what we are, later. Right now, I need to make love to you again."
"I should really get down to the dock," Suzannah muttered half-heartedly.
Pick out the best fish.
You're paranoid. They wouldn't dare to give you any less than the best, for fear you'd show up tomorrow morning and flay them with that wicked tongue of yours.
He was almost certainly right. She'd placed the order via email the day before anyway, and the boat captain knew her well. He'd make sure everything she ordered was taken up to the kitchens, whether she was there or not. She was totally justifying the decision to stay in bed with Carlo. She recognised that. And she didn't care in the slightest. Laughing as he eased his body over hers again, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down for a heated kiss. Chapter 12. Carlo made it to the kitchen before Suzannah, who left his cabin to go shower and change in her own. Sauntering in, whistling cheerfully, the notes died on his lips as he found Luke in the kitchen talking to Samira and admiring the just-finished wedding cake covered in delicate sugar roses.
"Morning, Carlo. Isn't this spectacular?"
Luke gestured to the cake.
"It is. Samira's very talented. Did you even go to bed, or did you sleep here?"
he teased the young baker, who ducked her head shyly.
"I got plenty of sleep, chef," she said quietly.
"If you say so. You've done an incredible job with this."
Carlo moved around to the other side of the counter to inspect the cake from all angles.
"You'll have your own wedding cake business soon enough, mark my words."
"I'm more than happy here learning from you, chef."
Samira gave him a devoted look.
"I know there's a lot more to being a pastry chef than a knack for making pretty flowers."
"You're not wrong, but you're well on the way there. Anyway, what can I do for you this morning, Luke?" "I stopped in to see Suzannah, actually, but she's not in yet. Came in here to look at the cake when I caught a glimpse through the door."
Luke gestured at the doorway between the two kitchens.
"How are things going with two senior chefs working here? I know there was a little friction at the beginning." "Not from my side," Carlo said quickly, wanting to nip that rumour in the bud. "I think Chef Monteil was just a little miffed she was presented with a fait accompli rather than getting a shortlist to choose her own candidate from. Everything's flowing smoothly. The restaurant's certainly getting rave reviews. Have you looked at the latest?"
Carlo had to admit he hadn't. He'd been too busy. Luke rolled his eyes, looking amused.
"Take it from me. The new desserts you've been trialling are going over very well indeed."
"Considering the one he gave me to try last night, I'm not surprised,"
a voice drawled, and Suzannah stepped into the pastry kitchen. She looked fresh and bright, her auburn curls drawn up in a knot on top of her head, no sign on her face that she'd been awake half the night, having wild, passionate sex.
"Morning, Suzannah."
Luke smiled at her broadly, and Suzannah returned the smile.
"It's always a pleasure to see you, Luke, but I know you wouldn't be in my kitchen unless there's something you need to discuss with me. Step into my office?"
"Of course. Carlo, would you join us? There's something I need to discuss with you both, as it happens."
Luke didn't look particularly serious, so Carlo assumed it wasn't anything grim. When the three of them were squeezed into Suzannah's tiny office, Suzannah in her chair, Luke in the one visitor's chair, and Carlo propping up the wall at the side, Luke filled them in.
"Have you heard of B-Rex?"
Suzannah looked blank, but Carlo nodded.
"He's an American rap musician. Won one of those big talent quests a few years ago, and has gone on to make it pretty big." "Very good. Culture points for Carlo."
Luke grinned at him.
"And please tell me you know who Mist is."
Even Suzannah nodded at that. Mist was a breakout Australian pop star. You couldn't switch on a radio without hearing one of her epic ballads at the moment.
"They're doing a duet which Mist hopes to use to break into the American market. B-Rex is over here on tour, and the song has already been recorded. They only have a limited window to shoot the video, though, and the production company have reached out. Mist's manager owns one of the private villas on the island, and they're going to use that and a couple of our locations to shoot." "Wow," Carlo said, properly impressed. "That's massive." "Next week." Suzanna's mouth opened in a silent O, and she traded a quick glance with Carlo.
"Right," she said finally, drawing out the word. "And you're telling us this because—"
"Because the production company have specifically requested that La Sirène provide catering for the stars for the 3 days they'll be here on the island, including provision of dishes which may or may not appear in the final cut of the video." Luke smiled tightly as he explained. "The figure they offered made even my eyes pop. So I said yes."
"Could be worse," Suzannah said after a moment. "You could have told them you'd make restaurant tables available when we're booked out 6 months in advance and have an absolute policy of no bumping."
"If they'd asked, I'd have said no. However, this is a different thing, and if you two pull this off, I'll see that 50% of the fee we're being paid for the catering services goes to you. Directly."
Suzannah waved a hand, dismissing that. "The money isn't important."
"Speak for yourself," Carlo drawled, and she shot him a suppressing glance.
"Do they have specific things they're asking us to do? Or will they be selecting from our menu?"
"Unknown." Luke spread his hands. "I wish I could tell you. The production assistant I've been talking to says B-Rex will arrive on the island on Tuesday, Mist and the director on Wednesday. There's a whole entourage coming along with them, as you can imagine. I'll leave a message that you'd like to consult with someone who can make decisions on that as soon as possible." "Possibly forward a copy of the menu through to them," Carlo suggested, and Luke agreed that was a sensible idea. "I realize you two will basically have to neglect responsibilities here for a couple of days to fuss over a pair of spoilt celebrities," he said wryly. "But I have to ask you to do exactly that. It's important for the resort as a whole, and I swear it'll be worth your while." It wasn't as though they had an awful lot of choice, but they would both relish the challenge. Luke nodded and said he'd keep them in the loop and get them any information he could as it came in. "Anything you need, it's yours," he said in parting. "Up to and including express air freighting produce from wherever you need it. Just say the word."
Suzannah thanked him, and he nodded as he rose to his feet.
"I'll leave you to work."
The door closed behind him, and Suzannah and Carlo looked at each other.
"Won't this be fun?" Carlo said after a moment.
"Thanks for the sarcasm," Suzannah said, giving him a cynical look. "Come on." She got to her feet. "The only thing we can do right now is get lunch on track. After lunch, though, we need to sit down and work the roster out and plan for how we're going to arrange things. Everything will have to be prepared here, transported and made up on site in the villa, which means either you or I will have to be on site at all times to make sure the presentation is spot on. I just hope it's got a usable kitchen, or we'll be trying to cook on a barbecue or something."
"We'll worry about that when we know the layout and the menu," Carlo said. "Hey, maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be close to Jace's villa. I'm sure he'd let us stage out of his kitchen if we need to."
Suzannah brightened. "And we can probably find that out, at least. Luke will know which villa it is. I'll drop him a line." Reaching for her computer, she started typing rapidly. Back to business it was, then. Tempted to lean down and snatch a kiss, Carlo decided not to push his luck.
"I'll get to work," he said, keeping his tone light.
Suzannah didn't look up. "Tell Julie I won't be long, please," she requested. "I'll fill her in on what we'll need to do, and Edouard, too. He'll probably have to select wine." Mention of Edouard set Carlo's teeth on edge instantly. He was pretty sure it wasn't going to go over well with the sommelier when he found out Carlo and Suzannah were sleeping together.
Carlo wouldn't put it past him to try and break them up somehow, or rat them out to Luke. Although Carlo was pretty sure Luke wouldn't care in the least, as long as it didn't affect their work. Heading out into the kitchen, he left Suzannah's office door open and paused to speak to Julie briefly, just letting her know that there was a special event coming up which would require some extra effort, and Suzannah was working on details. Taking it in her stride, Julie nodded. Her confidence that he and Suzannah would manage everything and just tell her what her role would be was obvious and heartwarming. Back in the pastry kitchen, Carlo got to work, putting the imminent disruption out of his mind. He was planning to film for his YouTube show later that afternoon. Gemma, the resort photographer, was coming in to do the camera work. He needed to have all the dinner prep and whatever Suzannah needed him to do finished before 3, so they could have a clear couple of hours before the staff came back in for dinner. He was rapidly cracking and separating eggs when a shriek of utmost horror had him dropping everything and sprinting for the cold room. Samira stood in one corner, hands to her cheeks. As Carlo rushed to her side, she turned to him with an utterly devastated look on her face before bursting into tears and throwing herself into his arms. Looking over the head of the stricken young chef, Carlo's eyes widened. In the corner of the cold room, carefully sheltered from accidental knocks, was the wedding cake he had made and Samira had slaved so long and hard over decorating. Every one of her delicate sugar roses had been crushed and mangled, and the formerly perfect pink and white cake was streaked with ugly dark green smears and drips. Carlo could only surmise an entire bottle of food colouring had been poured over it. "What the hell?" Carlo turned his head to find Suzannah glaring at him and Samira, sobbing heartbrokenly against his chest. "Someone sabotaged the cake for today's wedding," he said flatly, hardly able to believe it had happened. "What?" Her expression morphed from angry jealousy to shock. "No, it must have been an accident." "A bottle of green food colouring isn't an accident," Carlo said grimly. Shock turned to disbelief and then to rage as he moved Samira gently aside to give Suzannah a good look at the damage, and then she let rip with swear words in 6 languages, practically turning the air blue with her fury. Abruptly, she turned on her heel and stormed back out into the main kitchen. He'd have to trust her to find out who would do such a thing. There were no surveillance cameras in the cold room, and literally every staff member would have been in and out multiple times in the last couple of hours. With the cake not in open view unless someone walked to the very back corner and looked behind the stack of egg boxes, any of them could have done it at any time. Right now, he couldn't even think about it. He had a disaster to salvage, and he wasn't even sure he could calm Samira down enough to help. Hey, you can fall apart later," he said, grasping her shoulders in his hands and giving her a gentle shake. "This is horrible, but trust Chef Monteil to get to the bottom of it and deal with whoever did it. You and I have a cake to fix. Now, I'm gonna strip off this icing and start fresh. How many sugar flowers do you reckon you can make in the next 3 hours?" Samira gulped down a sob. 12, she said in a shaky voice after a moment's consideration. "Maybe a couple more, if we can spare someone to help dry them." "We'll find someone." Filming his YouTube show would have to wait, but Gemma was a helpful sort. Once he filled her in, he had no doubt the photographer would be more than willing to stand by Samira and transfer sugar petals in and out of the dehydrators. "I can probably get another 5 or 6 done once I've re-iced. That'll have to do." There had been over 30 originally. Maybe once the lunch rush was finished, and Suzannah was going to have to cover the jobs both he and Samira would normally be doing, they'd be able to get another couple of hands in. It wasn't Suzannah's forte, but she was absolutely capable of making the flowers too. There was no time to waste. With another gentle squeeze on Samira's shoulders, Carlo let her go and stepped forward to pick up the cake.
Thank God they didn't just smash something heavy down on it. We'd be screwed.
It would have made too much mess.
Samira sniffed.
Oh, look!
Now Carlo had picked the cake up, they could see what lay behind it, a discarded, empty bottle of food colouring and a pair of food handling gloves, green stains marking the fingers.
I bet they wore those to crush the flowers and then poured the colouring over it. What assholes! Who would do this? Why?
Samira's cry was plaintive.
I don't know, Carlo said grimly. But I wouldn't want to be in their shoes when Suzannah catches up with them.
Chapter 13. The rest of the day was a blur of rushed activity. Carlo and Samira worked frantically to salvage the cake, and Suzannah stood in the centre of the kitchens, somehow managing everything so that lunch ran as smoothly as usual, even with two crucially important staff members unable to assist. Nobody had come forward to admit guilt, of course, and nobody had seen anything amiss in the cold room until Samira found the cake. Suzannah didn't have time to investigate right now, but there was no way she was going to let something like this drop. It was sabotage, plain and simple, and she needed to know who and why, and then get them the hell out of her kitchen so nothing like it could ever happen again. All of the staff in the pastry kitchen seemed shocked and horrified, working extra hard to take up the slack, none of them leaving until everything which could possibly be done to prepare the desserts for dinner was taken care of. At that point, Suzannah dismissed them all, telling them to take a break before coming back at 5. Carlo and Samira were shoulder to shoulder at the bench, dehydrators humming away in front of them drying sugar flowers as the two chefs worked at breakneck speed to prepare more. The resort photographer was watching with wide eyes, occasionally lifting her camera for a sneaky shot, but mostly waiting for them to snap an instruction, telling her what to do next.
Are any of these salvageable?
Suzannah asked, moving to where the icing and crushed flowers removed from the cake lay in a mess of green, pink and white crumbs.
Didn't really have time to look, Carlo admitted, without looking up. There might be some buds and a leaf or two, but a lot of them had green dye on them, and I figured it was probably quicker just to start fresh.
Maybe for you two, but I'm not as quick at making them. I'll have a poke through, see if I can salvage anything.
Carefully, she began sifting through the mess, kicking a rubbish bin over to the foot of the bench and dumping everything which was definitely too ruined to use. 10 minutes later, she had quite a pile of usable petals and buds, enough to make up a couple of flowers at least, and transferred them carefully to the bench beside Carlo.
Brilliant.
He shot a quick glance at her.
We're gonna pull this off, I think. Sorry to wreck your planning session, though.
Don't be ridiculous.
Fixing the cake was the most urgent priority. The wedding couple weren't high profile, but they'd paid a hefty price to have the cake they wanted and their reception hosted in La Sirene's private dining room, and Suzannah would have moved mountains to avoid letting them down. Fortunately, she didn't have to. She had her very own miracle workers right in front of her. At 5 o'clock, Carlo called time on their work. The cake didn't look quite as incredible as it had originally, but even the most critical eye wouldn't be able to find fault with it. The wedding guests would begin arriving shortly for pre-dinner drinks, though, and the cake was supposed to be on display when they did. Carefully, Carlo picked up the display board and headed out to put the cake on the stand all ready for it, Gemma hurrying ahead of him to open doors and clear the way.
"Take the evening off," Suzannah told Samira, as the young chef sagged wearily against the workbench. "Oh, but I'm on the roster."
Suzannah straightened up.
"I'm fine, really, chef."
"You've done a terrific job.
You've earned the evening off, whether you're tired or not.
Go. Relax. That's an order." Suzannah smiled to take the sting from her words, and Samira smiled shyly back. "My back's pretty stiff," she admitted. "Why not give the spa a call, see if they've got any evening massage appointments? Ask for Shay, and tell her I said it's on me. You've saved our bacon this afternoon, Samira." Suzannah raised a hand to quiet her as the younger woman protested. "I won't forget it." "Thank you, chef," Samira said sensibly, obviously realizing continuing to argue with Suzannah would get her nowhere. "Thank you," Suzannah replied, watching as Samira took the time to tidy her workspace before leaving the kitchen, bidding a cheerful good evening to her co-workers as she went. "She's a terrific young chef," Carlo said, as he returned to the pastry kitchen. "My office," Suzannah said abruptly, and he raised an eyebrow, but followed her into the small room, watching as she closed the door and turned to lean on it. "What's wrong?" "Are you sure Samira didn't sabotage the cake herself?" Carlo's eyebrows shot up, but he appeared to give her question due consideration. "I suppose she'd have had the opportunity, same as anyone else on the staff," he said slowly. "But why on earth would she? She's had to work like a slave all afternoon, and she was fully prepared to keep going until midnight. It's not like she'll get paid any extra for it either." "Except by gaining your trust." "She already has it." Carlo gave her an incredulous look, shaking his head. "She was devastated, Suzannah. No, I can't believe it was Samira. Why would you suspect her?" "I can't count anyone out. I wondered last week after that incident with the fire, when the automatic fire suppressant system didn't come on, and now I'm certain. Someone's trying to sabotage us." Suzannah took a deep breath, hoping she wasn't misplacing her trust in Carlo, but she made herself carry on and tell him the rest. "That's not all either. Twice in the last month, before you got here, there've been things which could have gone seriously wrong and created a major incident if I hadn't been quick enough to spot them. There could have been a mass food poisoning in the restaurant on the last occasion. Then there was that fire last week, and I still haven't figured out how that started. Now this." Carlo stared at her before slowly sinking into the chair in front of her desk. "Why?" he said finally. "It doesn't make sense. It's not like there are rival restaurateurs here trying to shut you down." "It started after I fired your predecessor," Suzannah admitted, taking her own seat, letting her shoulders slump with weariness as she shared the burden she'd been labouring under at last. "I can only think someone was upset she got fired and is trying to get revenge." "Who would want to do that? I can tell you Samira doesn't speak highly of her," Carlo noted. "She wouldn't let Samira do any of the wedding cake stuff. Samira said she told Vicky on the day she got fired that the supports she was using weren't going to cut it, by the way." Suzannah grimaced. "Shows how much I notice. I thought the two of them were quite close, which is why I suspected her." "Oh, Suzannah." She must have looked quite pitiful, because Carlo got up and rounded the desk, leaning down to pull her to her feet and then into his arms for a hug. He smelled good, Suzannah noted, as she buried her face in his neck, like sugar and vanilla and almonds. Sweet and delicious. "We'll find out who's doing this," Carlo vowed, holding on to her tightly, one hand stroking down her spine soothingly. "And then I'll kick their ass." "I can't trust anyone, and it's a horrible feeling," Suzannah mumbled, feeling tears prick at the back of her eyes. "Except you, because the sabotage started before you came." "I hope you'd know you can trust me even if it hadn't," Carlo said, but he understood Suzannah's paranoia. There were so many ways to wreck a restaurant's reputation by accident, never mind the mischief someone actively trying to sabotage them could get up to. Thinking about it, he frowned.
Have you told Luke?
Suzannah nodded against his shoulder. He's arranging to have a couple more cameras installed, discreetly. The work will be done after midnight when the kitchen is closed, so nobody knows about it.
Good plan.
She didn't seem inclined to pull away, so Carlo kept on holding her, enjoying the way she was leaning trustingly against him. Tall and sturdy, she felt wonderful in his arms as her body curved into his embrace. His cock swelled to attention, and Carlo eyed Suzannah's desk thoughtfully for a moment before regretfully putting the thought from his mind. They still had dinner to get through. "We'd better get back to work," Suzannah said, her tone reluctant as she echoed his thoughts.
I know, but don't for a moment think I don't want to keep you in here and ravish you on your desk.
Deliberately, he made his tone light and teasing, and it had the desired result. Suzannah laughed, pulling back to look at him. "Maybe later," she said archly.
Promises, promises.
Reluctantly letting her go, Carlo turned to the door, about to open it when her voice stopped him. "I'm glad you're here, Carlo." He turned to look back at her. Expression serious, she gazed at him steadily, but he saw the way her long, capable fingers twisted together. She was nervous about his answer.
I am too,
he said. Chapter 14. The following day brought news from Luke that the additional surveillance cameras had been discreetly installed the previous night, and emailed from the producers of the music video for B-Rex and Mist. "A non-disclosure agreement?" Suzannah crooked an eyebrow as she read through the document.
"Looks pretty standard," Carlo said.
He'd worked with celebrities a few times before for his YouTube show.
They just don't want the media turning it into a circus.
He borrowed a pen from Suzannah's desk and scribbled his name at the bottom of his copy. He, Luke and Suzannah were back in her office again, the lunch hour over. "Fine." Suzannah signed her copy too, and they both handed the papers back to Luke, who slipped them into a folder before bringing out some more papers.
"Now you've signed those, I can show you these. The script for the music video calls for B-Rex to cook a romantic dinner for himself and Mist, and serve it on the villa's back deck, overlooking the ocean as the sun sets." "Cliché, but I'm sure it will look charming," Suzannah murmured, flicking through the script. "Indeed. The speedy sunsets up here in the tropics mean they'll probably only get 1 or 2 takes to get it right, though, so everything will have to be ready perfectly to the minute." "How many days will they be filming for?" Carlo asked. "They're planning on 2. Good thing the weather's predictably excellent at this time of year, isn't it?"
"Here's hoping we don't get any afternoon tropical storms rolling in," Suzannah murmured. She was scanning through the stapled sheets Luke had just handed her. "There's nothing on here about what food they want B-Rex to cook, though."
"Still waiting on that. There's a list of what they want for the film crew, who will be based in the Jacaranda conference suites."
Carlo nodded. That set of conference suites was located on the side of the resort closest to the private villas, only a few minutes' walk, or maybe 2 minutes in one of the complimentary golf carts. With rooms ranging in quality from the resort's basic standard, which would be considered luxury in any other resort on the reef, to seriously opulent on the upper floors, it made sense to put the crew up there, away from the regular holidaymakers who might be tempted to post on social media if they knew celebrities were on the island.
"Are we supplying all this?"
Suzannah cast a faintly appalled eye over the long list appended to the document.
"No. We'll open up the conference room kitchen and have it catered there using supplementary staff from the other restaurants."
"Good." She breathed an obvious sigh of relief, and Carlo had to cover his mouth with his hand to suppress an amused grin. Suzannah would have made it happen if Luke had asked, but catering for 70 people, in addition to La Sirene's daily operations, and making special screen-worthy dishes to appear in the video itself, would likely have taxed even her abilities.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until B-Rex or his people get back to us, Luke said apologetically. I did send the menus through to them. Whatever they want, we'll make it happen, Carlo said, smiling at Suzannah. She smiled back at him, her beautiful green eyes locking with his for a long moment before she looked quickly away. She'd taken him to her cabin the previous night, saying she wanted to sleep in her own bed. Despite their mutual exhaustion, they'd still found the energy to make love again before drifting off in each other's arms. He'd woken in the early hours of the morning to find her already gone, returning to her self-appointed duty to inspect the fishing catch. She'd slipped back in beside him not long after, though, sun-warmed and laughing, her clever fingers dancing down his body to bring him to instant, roaring arousal. Luke left them a few minutes later, and Carlo took a quick look around the kitchen outside the office, noting that the place was completely empty, before closing the door again, grabbing the chair Luke had just vacated and wedging it under the handle.
"What are you doing?"
Suzannah asked, puzzled. No lock on the door. Carlo gestured at the chair. Just making sure nobody's going to walk in on us. Suzannah's mouth opened in a startled "oh" before she grinned.
"You're insatiable."
Damn right, he agreed, striding around the desk and dropping to his knees in front of her chair. And I've been thinking about having you on this desk for days now, so take pity on me before I expire from thwarted lust.
So dramatic.
She rolled her green eyes at him, but she was still smiling, and she reached up to unbutton her blouse as she spoke.
"I hope you brought a condom, because I definitely don't keep them in my desk."
Maybe you should start, he suggested, producing one from his back pocket with the air of a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. Because this definitely isn't going to be the last time.
"Tell me to shut it if I'm out of line, chef," Julie said, as the two of them worked side by side, plating dishes at lunch the following day. "But you seem particularly happy today." "Do I?"
Suzannah spared a glance at her assistant.
"Why do you say that?"
She was trying to present her usual professional aspect to her staff, even though she definitely felt different. Sore, to start with. It had been quite some time since she'd engaged in any bedroom activities, and she and Carlo had been very enthusiastic over the last couple of days.
"You were humming." "I was?" "Sounded like Beyoncé."
There was a definite little smirk on Julie's face. She'd been singing Crazy in Love, Suzannah realised, and felt extremely relieved that the flush on her cheeks could be put down to the heat in the kitchen. Carlo had been shooting her promising looks every time he crossed her line of sight for the last hour, and she was looking forward to him barricading them in her office again that afternoon. Unfortunately, just as Carlo was entering her office with an anticipatory grin on his face, Suzannah clicked on the email from Luke marked urgent.
"B-Rex and his manager will be available for the next hour for a video call," she said, holding a hand up to stall Carlo. "We really need to talk to them and see what they want."
Carlo sighed, but he reached for the spare chair and pulled it up beside her, smiling as she fussed a little with her hair before reaching for the computer again. "You look stunning. Don't flirt with B-Rex or I'll be jealous," he said, his tone teasing.
"Don't be ridiculous."
As if a famous musician would look at her. He probably spent his days surrounded by beautiful models and actresses, just dying for his attention. She'd also been under the impression that B-Rex was black, like most famous rappers, so it was a surprise when a young man with a lot of tattoos under very white skin peered out of the screen and gave her a toothy smile. A slightly older man in a suit, who Suzannah assumed was the rapper's manager, sat beside him.
"Good afternoon,"
Suzannah said politely.
"I'm Suzannah Monteil from the La Sirène restaurant, and this is Carlo Gianetti, our pastry chef."
"Hey, gorgeous," B-Rex said. "This my homeboy, Joey."
Suzannah ignored the inappropriate compliment and forged on with the question she had pre-planned.
Have you had the chance to look over the menus we sent through to you, Mr. B-Rex?
Yeah. B-Rex nodded. And that stuff, it's all way too fancy. Just do some hot dogs and fries, yeah?
Suzannah's jaw dropped. She had absolutely no idea what to say, and when she glanced across at Carlo, she saw he looked just as flummoxed and not a little bit outraged.
With respect,
Suzannah gathered herself to say finally,
if you want hot dogs and fries, why is the production company willing to pay a premium for two highly trained chefs to prepare it for you?
I dunno, babe.
B-Rex heaved a sigh, leaned back in his chair and looked at his smartwatch.
I ain't even read the script for this shoot. Why so much fuss about what I gotta eat?
Helpless, Suzannah looked at Joey, who seemed to finally realize some intervention would be needed.
"You supposed to be cooking a fancy romantic dinner for Mist, man," he told his client. "Yeah? But I can't cook."
"That's not the point," Carlo said, obviously seeing that Suzannah was beyond words.
"We'll do all the cooking behind the scenes. You'll just have to drop a bit of garnish on the top and carry the plates to the table."
"Cool, cool." B-Rex nodded several times, still looking at his smartwatch.
"Whatever you think best, my dude. Find out what Mist likes to eat. I'd look a dipshit if I served a steak and she's some paleo-keto vegan or something, yeah?"
That was a sensible statement, at least. Suzannah nodded.
"We'll try and find out. What about you? Is there anything you don't eat?"
"Lots of shit, yeah?"
B-Rex grinned toothily at her.
"But I don't actually have to eat it, do I?"
Carlo grinned.
"No. But if you did and liked it, you could tell all your friends and Instagram followers how awesome we are."
B-Rex laughed and pointed finger guns at the camera.
"I like you, dude. I'll do that. Just make me look like Master Chef, yeah?"
"You got it." Carlo made finger guns back. B-Rex got up and walked off, and Joey promptly followed him. Suzannah made sure the computer was definitely switched off and turned the webcam around as a precaution before giving into laughter and collapsing on the desk. Carlo just shook his head, a grin on his face.
"Suzannah, it wasn't that funny. What an ass. He had no respect for you at all, completely dismissed you."
She wiped tears of laughter from her eyes, still chuckling.
"Oh, I don't care. Ignorance isn't the same as deliberate disrespect."
She went off into a stronger fit of giggles again, choking out,
"Hot dogs!"
when Carlo looked at her quizzically. He had to laugh along with her. The rapper asking Suzannah to prepare hot dogs was just so ridiculous. She was taking it better than he'd expected, certainly better than she would have years ago, when her prickly dignity wouldn't have allowed such a demeaning request to pass without losing her temper. A knock on the office door startled them both, and Suzannah glanced guiltily at Carlo, both well aware they'd have been having sex on her desk by now if they hadn't had to make contact with B-Rex.
"Come in,"
she called, and the door opened to reveal the sommelier, Edouard.
"Good afternoon, Suzannah," he said,
as always speaking in French and completely ignoring Carlo's presence.
"I was just speaking with Luc, who said you would be contacting the client this afternoon."
"Yes."
Suzannah had successfully quelled her laughter.
"Yes, we just spoke to B-Rex and his manager."
Annoyed by Edouard's attitude, Carlo folded his arms and leaned against the wall by Suzannah's desk, deliberately remaining close to her.
"And did the client mention anything about what wine you would like?" Edouard inquired.
Carlo suppressed a snicker.
"Probably Budweiser," he said, "to go with the hot dogs."
Suzannah lost her hard-won composure and collapsed into another fit of the giggles. Edouard looked completely horror-struck.
"I beg your pardon?" B-Rex isn't exactly a gourmand. He asked for hot dogs.
Carlo honestly thought Edouard might faint. The sommelier groped for the edge of the desk, leaned on it heavily as though afraid he might fall down. "Hot dogs," he gasped, in tones of purest disgust, before putting his nose in the air as Carlo started laughing too.
"I'll wait for further information from the producers then," he said, turned on his heel and left them alone. "You're gonna throw up if you keep laughing that hard," Carlo told Suzannah. She'd now progressed to snorts and cackles, clutching at her stomach.
"Hot dogs," she said on a final snort. "Oh, God, I'll never be able to hear that again without laughing."
"I don't think Edouard shared your amusement," Carlo said dryly.
She waved off his concern, plucking a tissue from the box on her desk and wiping her eyes. "He's far too stuffy. A good laugh never hurt anyone."
"It's good to hear you laugh," Carlo said softly, reaching out to touch her hair lightly.
She looked up at him and smiled. "Go wedge that door shut," Suzannah ordered, grinning, "and you'll hear me make a lot more happy noises."
He was more than happy to obey.
Chapter 15. Mist, or at least her management, were much more helpful than B-Rex, providing the information that Mist rarely consumed red meat and had an allergy to shellfish by email within an hour of being sent the query. Carlo and Suzannah discussed possible options while lying in bed that night and sent through some suggestions via email the following morning, along with a couple of wine suggestions to appease Edouard. "Looks like Mist makes her mind up quickly." Suzannah looked up from her computer as Carlo entered her office that afternoon. "She's chosen the chicken and pesto tagliatelle and your mandarin chocolate bomb for dessert."
"Clearly a lady of discerning tastes," Carlo said cheerfully. "And bonus, the bombs can be made ahead."
"So can the pesto if we need to, and the tagliatelle will just come from the fresh pasta stock for the day. I won't have a lot of cooking to do, it's just the presentation." Leaning back in her chair, Suzannah read the email over again. "She wants Australian sparkling wine rather than French champagne, but we're not allowed to show any labels according to the record producer. The wine will be poured into glasses on the table."
"Sounds suspiciously simple. Undoubtedly something will happen to stuff it up."
They shared a wry glance, all too aware of how even the best laid plans could go awry, especially when celebrities prone to diva-like behaviour were involved. "Especially if our saboteur chips in," Suzannah voiced her fear. "You or I need to be the only ones who touch anything going to be served to Mist and B-Rex, and we need to be sure nobody else can get to it, at all times."
"Good point."
Carlo considered.
"I could make the bombs the previous day and take them down to Jace's villa to store in his fridge, along with the pesto if you want to make that ahead too."
Suzannah nodded in agreement. "We'll take everything we plan to use down the previous day, I think. Don't give anyone the opportunity to tamper. It's easy enough for me to whip up a quick batch of pasta down there." Putting their heads together, they started making a list of everything they'd need to check Jace had in his villa, or take over themselves. Suzannah threw up her hands about 10 minutes in and suggested they'd just go over to Jace's and have a look.
"Good plan. You got his number?"
Carlo asked. "No, but I have Nessa's." Fishing out her phone, Suzannah sent a quick text, and a moment later a ping announced a return message. "She's invited us to come over. She and Jace are there now," Suzannah said.
"Do we walk? I don't know where it is."
"I do, and no, it's way too far to walk on a hot afternoon like this. We'll grab a golf cart, and I'm driving." Carlo shrugged, not having a problem with that in the least. He didn't even know where they were going, hadn't been over to the half of the island where the luxurious private villas were located. He was more than happy to let Suzannah lead the way.
"Holy wow,"
he said about 10 minutes later, staring open-mouthed up at the large, architecturally designed villa Suzannah had just parked outside.
You do recall Jace is a billionaire, Suzannah said teasingly. Besides, it doesn't compare to having your own castle.
I suppose.
He gave her a quizzical look as they left the buggy and walked up to the villa's smoked-glass front doors.
What makes you say that?
Suzannah's expression was incredulous. Are you joking? You've got Carlo Gianetti to go back to any time you like.
It's hardly mine, though.
Semantics. You'll be the comte once your father dies, won't you?
Wherever did you get that idea?
Carlo blinked at her, astonished.
I have an older brother who has 2 sons of his own. I'm well down the line of succession to the title, thank God.
What? Suzannah's jaw dropped, and she was gaping at him in complete astonishment when the door swung open. Hey, Nessa said cheerfully. Taking in the couple standing on the doorstep, staring at each other with mutually shocked expressions, she wrinkled her nose. Is my timing shitty? Do you guys need to talk whatever that's about over before you come in? No, Suzannah said after a moment, tearing her gaze from Carlo's. Sorry, Nessa. I was just surprised by something Carlo told me. Okay. Nessa shrugged amiably. She looked charming, Carlo thought, wearing a soft white cotton dress which left her shoulders and most of her slim legs bare, the colour a stunning contrast to her deep brown skin. Her long black braids, each secured with a tiny bead at the very end, swung around her as she turned to lead them into the house. Jace is just on the phone with a client, she said over her shoulder as she led them into the magnificent kitchen. He'll be along in a minute, but he said have at it. Check out everything, see what you might need. Carlo stared around, impressed. He'd seen a few high-end private kitchens, but honestly, never one so well-designed and fitted out as this. The appliances alone would cost more than his very generous annual salary. Wow, he mouthed, turning in a slow circle, staring as Nessa opened a tall cupboard door, which proved not to be a cupboard at all, but the entrance to a butler's pantry. Over the top, isn't it? Nessa said cheerfully. Jace actually thought you might like to borrow it to film your YouTube shows, if you have any issues scheduling it in the restaurant kitchen. There's always so much going on there.
That would be incredible,
Carlo said, astonished at the offer, but not about to turn it down. He looked around, taking in the wonderful natural light and the spacious room.
Is the villa they're filming the music video in like this? I can see why they chose it, if so.
They're all different, but I believe it's about the same size, Nessa said, opening a massive stainless steel refrigerator and taking out a covered dish of fruit salad. You guys want some of this? I'm starving today. Can't stop eating. I wouldn't mind, actually, Suzannah said, and Carlo nodded. Nessa brought out some bowls and served some for all 3 of them while they checked out the butler's pantry, adding yogurt and setting a spoon beside each bowl. They took them to the marble breakfast bar at one side of the kitchen to eat, and were still sitting there talking when Jace came in.
Hey.
Jace smiled in welcome, walking up behind Nessa and putting his arms around her waist. She leaned back against him comfortably, placing her hands over his.
Do we have everything you'll need?
I think so, Suzannah nodded. You've got a pasta-making attachment for your kitchen machine, which is the only thing I'd need on the day to make some fresh tagliatelle. Yum, Nessa said. Don't suppose I could convince you to make enough for us, too? Suzannah laughed. I'm used to catering for a couple of 100, Nessa. I'm not sure I could make a small enough batch of pasta to do just a couple of plates.
Awesome. We can be your taste testers, Jace said with a cheeky grin. The least we can do to say thanks for taking over your kitchen for the day is feed you,
Carlo put in. I'll make sure there are a couple extra of my mandarin chocolate bombs set aside for you.
And that's why you're my second favourite guy on this island. Nessa gave him the thumbs up. Better watch your step, darling, she said teasingly to Jace. I might throw you over for Carlo if you don't keep me happy. Jace laughed, obviously not in the least threatened.
Nessa is the lowest maintenance woman I've ever met, he said, nuzzling at his fiancée's ear. I can't even spoil her, because there's nothing she really wants.
Doesn't stop you trying, Nessa said dryly.
Lifting one slim leg, she pointed at her ankle.
He gave me that the other day. A 6-month anniversary present.
Suzannah was pretty sure the anklet glimmering bright against Nessa's dark skin was platinum and real diamonds. She made suitably impressed noises, but Nessa wasn't really listening, just gazing up at Jace, both of them perfectly in tune with each other, to the point they'd obviously forgotten Carlo and Suzannah were even present.
We were like that once.
Suzannah sneaked a glance at Carlo, who was looking down into his empty bowl, a frown furrowing his brow.
Until I left.
She was still reeling from the bombshell revelation that Carlo wasn't the eldest son, wasn't the heir. He'd never really talked about his family, and she'd assumed it was because he didn't want to rub her nose in the vast gulf between their social stations. When his parents turned up in Paris, they'd done the job for him. I think we should leave the two lovebirds alone. Carlo leaned towards her to murmur, and Suzannah nodded. They'd seen what they needed to.
We'll get out of your way, she said, getting up, and both Jace and Nessa startled.
Sorry, Jace said, but he looked unrepentant. I'd invite you to stay, but the reality is I totally want you to leave so I can take Nessa back to bed.
Nessa burst out laughing, and Suzannah blushed.
Carlo was grinning, reaching out to shake Jace's hand. Say no more. We've got work to do anyway. Thanks for letting us take a look around, and for letting us stage out of your kitchen, of course. Jace waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing. It all benefits the resort anyway. Just let me know if there's anything else you need. They thanked him again and took their leave. Getting back into the golf buggy outside, Suzannah started driving back to the main resort, but as they passed a side track, suddenly swerved onto it. Where does this go? Carlo asked.
Somewhere we can talk.
Sounds like a good plan, he said dryly. Long overdue, if you ask me. I have some questions I'd like answered. Suzannah winced. She could guess what at least one of them might be, and she wasn't sure she had an answer for him, not one which would make sense in hindsight anyway. Her walk-out all those years ago seemed like the action of a petulant child when she thought about it now. The track ended behind a low sand dune, and they left the cart to climb over the dune and down onto the secluded beach below, a small cove fringed with rocky outcroppings on either side. There was nobody else in sight. Removing her shoes, Suzannah sighed with pleasure as her feet sank into the fine, powdery sand, so pale it was almost white. Warm in the late afternoon sun, it clung to her skin as she walked towards the shade cast by several large palm trees nodding over the beach. Carlo followed her silently, sitting down beside her when she stopped walking and cast herself down onto the sand. Nice spot, he said, looking out at the water, aqua close to the shore, a deeper blue further out where the reef fell away to deeper waters.
I come here to think sometimes, Suzannah admitted. It's very tranquil. Quiet.
The only sounds were the rhythmic rush of small waves on the shore and the occasional squawk of a tropical bird in the trees, the breeze brushing the palm fronds against each other, making a soft, shushing sound. Did you ever think about me? Carlo asked. Did I ever cross your mind after you boarded that train?
every day for about 5 years, she confessed after a long moment. After that, maybe every other.
Why?
There was so much loaded into the one-word question. He didn't have to elaborate, didn't have to specify what exactly he was asking. She knew. Because if I didn't leave then, I'd never have been able to do it, and it was the right thing for me to do at the time.
You broke my heart, Suzannah, so I hope you'll forgive me when I say that's not enough of a goddamn answer.
She dared a glance at him. He looked furious, hands white-knuckled as he gripped them together, tanned skin drawn tight across his high cheekbones. We were from different worlds, she said finally. It was clear to me that I didn't belong in yours.
Is this about that visit from my parents? What did they say to you? And how in hell did you get the impression I was the eldest son and heir?
Why didn't you tell me you weren't? She snapped back. You never even mentioned your family. I assumed you didn't want me to know about them, and then when your parents turned up, I realized why. You never had any intention of inviting me into that world. You were just slumming it with me.
Don't you ever dare say that about yourself again.
He almost shouted it at her, dark amber eyes flashing with rage.
I never talked about my family because you never talked about yours. You made it clear you had tragedy in your background, and I didn't want to rub your nose in the fact that I had a large, loving family who would do literally anything for me.
They disapproved of me, Suzannah said flatly.
They thought I was too young to settle down, Carlo replied. I told them I wanted to marry you.
Her jaw dropped, and she tore off her sunglasses to stare at him in utter shock. You what?
All our plans to travel the world together, learn new cuisines and cultures. It would all have been much easier if we came as a husband and wife team, he pointed out. My parents tried to convince me to wait, see if we could put up with each other on our travels, but I didn't want to. I was hopelessly, head over heels in love with you, and I didn't care who knew.
Chapter 16. Suzannah looked as though someone had just hit her on the head with a brick. Carlo didn't think he'd ever seen her look so stunned. She shook her head slowly, as though unable to take in what he was telling her. It wasn't just your parents, she said finally. It was everything, the whole world we were living in. You must have noticed the differences in the job offers we were getting. That offer from Le Bernardin was the final straw.
An offer I had no interest in taking.
Carlo threw up his hands.
I honestly didn't care where I worked, so long as I was with you. Is that why you left? Because you were, what, jealous?
Her jaw jutted, and he was sure she ground her teeth before she snapped out. Yes, all right. I was jealous. I smashed headlong into the glass ceiling while you sailed through it like it didn't even exist, because of your gender and your family and your charm and everything. I had to work my guts out to prove myself in every position I ever held, while you just had it all handed to you on a platter. Carlo opened his mouth to snap back at her, and then he closed it again. Finally he said,
You were always more ambitious than me, Suzannah. Maybe that's because of where you came from. And yeah, maybe I got opportunities you didn't because of male privilege and the advantages of my background. Ones I'm only just beginning to recognize now, if I'm completely honest, as I see how hard you've had to work to get to where you are. Particularly considering that you are, without question, the most gifted chef I've ever worked with.
Suzannah blinked at that, startled by the compliment, and Carlo nodded.
I'm not just saying that. Hell, I was practically raised in the kitchen of one of Italy's best restaurants, and I wasn't within spitting distance of you when we were in training. I think you're the only person who even thought there was a competition. Everyone was so intimidated by your talent, not to mention your work ethic."
"Huh,"
she said, looking poleaxed.
"Really?"
"Really." He reached out to touch one dangling red curl, wind it gently around his finger. "I had the biggest crush on you, Cara. This magnificent red-haired goddess who cooked like an angel and gave anyone who had the temerity to speak to her a terrifying glare. Took me the longest time to figure out you were shy."
"I didn't know how to talk to any of you," Suzannah confessed. "Everyone was so socially adept, and well, there were always girls hanging all over you. I didn't want to be just another one of your groupies."
"Suzannah Monteil." He half laughed, shaking his head with disbelief. "You could never be just anything. You were exceptional at 19. Now you're extraordinary." Her emerald eyes were wide and soft as she gazed at him, and he wondered what she was thinking. She was too beautiful not to kiss, though, and Carlo was only a man after all. Their lips clung, Susanna's arms curling up around his neck, her hands running into his hair as she kissed him back. It would have been so easy for him to lose himself, but he still didn't have an answer to his question. "Why did you leave me?" He pulled back only far enough to ask.
"Because I was young and insecure," Suzannah answered finally. "We came from different worlds, and we were headed in different directions. I didn't want to hang on your coattails in New York or anywhere else. Didn't want to be the girl from the wrong side of the tracks who was the dark blemish in your glittering life. I had to find my own way, don't you see?"
"I do, and I see that you've succeeded without hanging on anyone's coat," Carlo said dryly. "Despite that glass ceiling, and being from the wrong side of the tracks, as you call it. You're the youngest chef in Australia running a Michelin-starred restaurant, and nobody can ever say you got an easy ride." She nodded in agreement, a hint of pride entering her expression. "So can we please put forever behind us any suggestion that you might somehow be not good enough for me? If anything, it's the other way around. I'm the one who's coasted through, had everything easy in life. I'm the hanger-on here."
"No," Suzannah protested, but Carlo reached up and touched his finger to her lips gently.
"I'm just hitching my wagon to your Michelin star."
She laughed at his joke, as he'd hoped she would, and she put her hand up to curl her fingers around his, her eyes soft. "This time I'm not running, Carlo. I've found my place in the world, and I'm putting down roots. If you want me, this is where we stay." He kissed her again before gesturing around them at the spectacularly beautiful beach, the lapping waves.
"So much hardship you ask me to endure. Such suffering."
Suzannah giggled, and then her expression turned mischievous, and she slid her hands up inside his T-shirt. "Take it off." He couldn't help a look around. "Yes, this is technically a public part of the island, but in 3 years living here, I've never run across anyone else in this particular spot."
"On your head be it if we get caught mid-coitus," Carlo said with a grin, but he shucked his shirt readily enough and leaned back, taking his weight off Suzannah to help her remove her shirt too. "I love you," he whispered against Suzannah's mouth a few minutes later, and felt her smile against his lips. "Don't run out on me again. I couldn't take it a second time."
Her arms were tight around him. "I'm not going anywhere. You want out of this, you're going to have to leave, with me trying to drag you back the whole time." The laugh which bubbled up out of him was pure relief, and he opened his eyes to see Suzannah smiling up at him, love clear in her emerald green eyes. "I'm sorry," she said, and he blinked.
What for?
Running out on you all those years ago. I was a coward. I should have stayed and fought for you.
Carlo shook his head quickly. I don't blame you at all. In your shoes, I might well have run too. And hey, we were both young and naive. We might have hated each other in 6 months.
True. Her mouth quirked in a sad little smile. I can't help feeling like we wasted too much time, though.
We just took the time to grow up and come back to each other, that's all.
He smoothed a red curl back from her brow.
Just promise me one thing.
Smart woman, she asked. What? Rather than just saying she'd do anything.
Promise me you'll talk to me about stuff that worries you in the future. I know you're used to being independent and not relying on anyone, but I can't correct any misapprehensions you're labouring under if you won't talk to me about them. Like me being the eldest son and somehow required to return to Italy and become the head of the family.
He cocked an eyebrow at her and shook his head, wondering where she'd managed to get that idea. His own fault, he supposed. He hadn't talked much about his family, not wanting to rake up old wounds about Suzanna's lack of one. Suzannah giggled at his wry comment. I promise I'll talk to you before leaping to conclusions, she said through her laughter. And I already do talk to you about problems. I trusted you enough to tell you about the saboteur, didn't I?
You certainly did.
Carlo kissed her for that, and for the promise.
And we're gonna deal with whoever it is. Together. As well as B-Rex and his hot dogs.
Do not talk to me about hot dogs. She started laughing again as she poked his shoulder, and he grinned, stealing one more kiss before easing carefully back from her.
Come on, we've played hooky long enough. Let's get back and make sure nobody's burned down the kitchen in our absence.
Don't joke about it. Suzannah paused in shaking the sand out of her shirt to give him a reproachful look.
You don't think they'd go that far, surely?
Carlo stared at her.
I mean, that fire, it was inconvenient but not life-threatening.
Who knows what they'd do? I don't even know why, Suzannah said glumly.
We'll figure it out. He reached for her hand. You and me. Together.
Chapter 17. Either word had gone around somehow about the new cameras being installed, or the saboteur was just biding their time, but nothing out of the ordinary happened over the next few days. La Sirène was busy as always, and with several big weddings to stage, Carlo was kept too busy to even think about the problem, though he knew it was always on Suzanna's mind. There was a very awkward conversation the day before the music stars were due to arrive, when Luke barged into Suzanna's office one afternoon and caught Carlo and Suzannah kissing, Suzannah on Carlo's lap in her office chair with her blouse half undone. She blushed fierily, Carlo said a lot of swear words in Italian, and Luke's eyebrows just about hit his hairline.
I thought you two didn't like each other. No, never mind. I don't need the full story.
Luke held his hands up in front of him.
Just don't let it affect your work.
Never, Suzannah promised immediately, Carlo only a breath behind her, and Luke nodded.
You're both adults and both professionals. I'll trust you to manage your own personal lives.
He looked pointedly away as Suzannah rebuttoned her blouse.
Thank you. Did you want something?
Carlo asked as Luke turned to leave.
Just Edouard out of my ear, Luke said over his shoulder. He's been in my office 3 times in the last week, whinging about Carlo sexually harassing you, Suzannah. I just wanted to make sure it was mutual.
The door closed behind him, and they were left alone, staring at each other in shock.
What the?
Carlo paled with fury, fists clenching.
How dare he?
Easy.
Suzannah patted his shoulders soothingly.
He's just looking out for me, Carlo. Edouard's been like an older brother to me. Though I'm not sure how he could have misconstrued anything you've done as sexual harassment.
She frowned, puzzled.
You've never been anything but totally respectful in public.
And yet he's gone to Luke 3 times with complaints, Carlo snapped. He wants me gone, Suzannah. You can't put any other spin on making complaints like that.
Concerned, Suzannah chewed on her lower lip.
Let me talk to him, she said quietly. I'll explain we're together. It's probably time we came out in the open anyway. Someone's going to spot you sneaking into or out of my cabin one of these nights.
I'm getting tired of that too, but if you think they don't all know already, you're kidding yourself. Julie thanked me today, and when I asked what for, she said, putting the boss in such a good mood, and winked.
Oh, God!
Suzannah had to laugh.
How do you think they figured it out?
Like you said, somebody probably saw us. Or possibly heard us in here one time. Or maybe just saw the way you're constantly undressing me with your eyes.
He grinned teasingly, dark eyes alight with amusement.
I do not.
She poked him in the ribs, still laughing.
Well, not all the time, anyway.
Edouard totally got things the wrong way round. If anything, I'm the one getting harassed and objectified. I've seen Julie nudging you and teasing you that you should get a piece of that Italian stallion.
Stop it.
He was obviously teasing, and she couldn't stop laughing.
I'll talk to Edouard. I promise. Cut this nonsense down before it goes any further. And yes, tonight we'll tell everyone. Together. Now cut it out. We need to head over to Jace's with the stuff we've got prepared for tomorrow.
Suzannah didn't get an opportunity to talk to Edouard that day. It was his evening off, and he'd switched off his phone. Mindful that she'd promised Carlo they would bring their relationship into the open, though, she stood with her hand in his as the last plates were cleared from the dinner tables in the restaurant and told the staff that they were in a relationship. Wolf whistles erupted from the largely female staff.
Go get it, chef!
Julie hollered from the back of the room. Suzannah flipped her the bird, making Julie laugh loudly, and then several people were offering congratulations and saying how good they looked together. Samira, Carlo's shy cake decorator, gave Suzannah a very surprising hug and told her how happy Carlo seemed and that she was so pleased for them both.
Take an early night, chef.
Julie made her way through the throng.
I can handle clean-up and prep for tomorrow. Go take that gorgeous stud to bed.
She winked at Carlo, who laughed and kissed her cheek.
You're outrageous.
The assistant chef had grown enormously in confidence since Suzannah expressed her clear faith in Julie's abilities and pushed her to take on more responsibility. A fun, bubbly personality was surfacing, along with a boundless store of jokes which kept her co-workers in stitches.
Just saying what all the other girls are thinking, that they wish they were getting to sample that hot Italian salami too.
Laughing, she embraced Suzannah before trotting back off across the kitchen to her workstation.
Come on.
Carlo's arm slid around Suzannah's waist and he tugged her towards the door.
Let's get out of here.
Smiling, she let him tug her outside, a chorus of well wishes and crude suggestions following them. The staff would all have settled down by tomorrow, she knew. They were just letting off steam. Suzannah and Carlo slept in the following morning. Knowing it was likely to be a very full couple of days, they'd done as much as they could the previous day. All ingredients and as much as could be prepared in advance were at Jace's house, safe from potential sabotage, and Suzannah would spend the day down there, leaving La Sirène for Carlo and Julie to manage. As usual, the restaurant was fully booked out, plus there was a 20-person 60th birthday party for a wealthy guest in the private dining room at lunchtime, and a 50-person wedding dinner that evening. They quite simply couldn't afford the time for anything to go wrong. "Good luck with Birex and Mist," Carlo said, as the two of them parted outside Suzanna's cabin. "I'll come down after lunch is finished and see how things are going. Don't stress about La Sirène. I'll look after your baby."
"I know you will." Suzannah kissed him and set off to collect a golf cart, her mind already on the day ahead. She'd never worked with a film crew before and had no idea what to expect. Even though she wouldn't be on camera, she'd still be jumping to the director's cues. Luke was at Jace's house when Suzannah arrived, greeting her warmly.
"They've already started filming," he told her as she headed for the kitchen. "The director will call me when they're ready for us. You'll get half an hour to walk Birex through what he has to do to complete the dishes."
"It won't take that long," Suzannah said, and then rethought. She could show a trainee chef in about 5 minutes, but Birex had seemed pretty clueless.
"This is Mist's partner, George Dennis," Luke said, gesturing as a tall man unfolded himself from a chair at the kitchen table. "Like us, he's rather in the way next door, so Jace invited him over here."
"Hey," George said with an awkward wave.
Suzannah tried not to gape at him because she knew exactly who he was. Captain of the Australian International Rugby Union team, she'd had no idea he was dating the pop star. Mist and I aren't publicly together yet."
"My lips are sealed."
She mimed locking them and throwing away the key, making George smile. Waving him to sit down again, Suzannah opened the refrigerator.
"All right, I'm going to get started on making the pasta. I've lost the ability to cater for small parties, I'm afraid, so we'll all have to have some for lunch. Use it up and make sure it's okay for Mist to eat,
George nodded enthusiastically at that. Suzannah smiled to herself as she set up the kitchen machine and started weighing her ingredients. She'd fed plenty of sports stars in the restaurant, and they all enjoyed their food. Keeping George happy would be simple, and hopefully his appreciation would influence Mist too.
"Where are Nessa and Jace?"
she asked Luke quietly, as George returned his attention to a tablet on the table in front of him. "Gone on an all-day dive trip," Luke said. "They figured you didn't need them underfoot as well." That was incredibly thoughtful of Nessa and Jace, and Suzannah felt a surge of affection for the pair. She would make sure to leave some special treats in the fridge for them, she thought.
"I don't need you hovering either," she said teasingly to Luke. "Go sit down with your laptop or something. I don't need any extra hands, trust me. I can still cook without an entire kitchen full of assistants."
"I wouldn't doubt it for a moment." Luke grinned broadly. "But I did plan to offer to do your washing up."
"Oh, stop it, you're being adorable."
She waved him off, and he left her with a grin, going to join George at the table and opening his laptop. Suzannah got to work, tuning out the two men as she set the mixer going on the pasta, prepared a dough and left it to rise for the herb and garlic damper she'd serve alongside the pasta, and pulled out the ingredients for the fresh pesto sauce she intended to make. Although she'd considered preparing it the day before, she did prefer to have everything as fresh as possible. Julie's boyfriend had delivered a box of fresh herbs to Jace's that morning by special request, and Suzannah hummed happily as she washed the fragrant basil, parsley and oregano. It wasn't until George started humming along with her that Suzannah realised she was singing Ricky Martin. Laughing to herself, even as she never stilled the movements of her hands, she mused on just how easily Carlo had slotted into her life. It was just so darn comfortable having him around, from knowing she had someone in her corner she could trust absolutely and confide in, to the way he made her take time out to relax and enjoy herself outside of work. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, but only briefly, indicating the arrival of a text message. In no hurry to answer it, she finished what she was doing and washed her hands before fishing it out. "Everything under control here. Love you." "That's a seriously goofy grin," Luke commented, making Suzannah look up with a start. She blushed and shoved her phone back into her pocket. Luke smiled, not unkindly. "Suits you." "Thanks," she mumbled a bit sheepishly, and then jumped as a phone rang. It wasn't hers, though. Luke snatched his phone up off the table, frowned as he glanced at the display, then answered it. "Luke speaking." "Okay. Yes, put him through." He looked across at Suzannah with a slight frown, then turned his back and strode over to the huge sliding doors leading out to the pool area, opening one of them slightly to step outside. "Go ahead," Suzannah heard him say, before he closed the door again. Shrugging, she returned to work. Less than a minute later, though, Luke came back inside, looking a little pale under his tan. "Something urgent's come up," he said hurriedly. "I have to get back to the resort for a while. I'll come back as soon as I can."
"Don't worry," Suzannah told him. "I've got everything under control here." He looked concerned, she thought, if not a little shocked. Obviously, he desperately needed to be somewhere else. She waved a hand towards the front door. "Go, Luke. I've got this."
Luke nodded and was gone without another word. "Sounds like a crisis," George observed from his seat at the table. "I suppose you get a lot of that in this industry. Difficult customers and stuff."
"I could tell you some stories," Suzannah said with a laugh, hoping to distract him from wondering what was bothering Luke. "Anonymously, of course."
"I bet."
The big rugby player grinned wryly.
"I'm getting a fascinating insight into the entertainment industry dating Mist, I can tell you. Did you know B-Rex's real name is Brian?"
Chapter 18. The kitchen seemed somehow empty without Suzannah, Carlo thought. Julie had really stepped up, though. Obviously determined to justify her boss's faith in her, the assistant chef was crisply issuing orders and keeping everyone on their toes, her eyes everywhere. Samira and the others in the pastry kitchen seemed determined to show what they could do as well, and with half an hour to go before lunch would start to be served, Carlo found himself at a loose end. Not wanting to hang about and put the staff off their groove, he decided to take himself off to Suzannah's office for a little while and work on her computer. He knew the new surveillance cameras Luke had installed could be accessed from there. He might as well pass a little time and look to see if he could spot anything suspicious. Taking a seat at Suzannah's desk, he tapped keys to wake up her computer, thinking he should really warn her to password protect it. It was another target for potential sabotage, after all. As he rolled the cold room surveillance camera backwards at high speed, going through the last 2 hours' worth of footage in 10 minutes, he pulled out his phone and sent her a text, not expecting a reply. Nothing out of the ordinary was happening on the tape, the usual staff members zooming in and out in comically jerky, swift motions before he reached what was obviously the start of the morning shift, and the movement in the cold room stopped. Not inclined to sit through a lot of boring nothingness, Carlo reached for the mouse to increase the speed for a while. He'd go back to about 11 the previous evening, when the last things from dinner would have been cleared up. A flash of colour on the screen arrested his attention just before he clicked, and Carlo frowned. What had he just seen? He paused the camera instead of increasing the rewind speed, played forward again. "What the hell?" he said aloud, as he watched someone who had no business in the cold room at all entering. And then he stiffened, eyes opening wide with horror. Snatching up the phone on the desk, he hit the speed dial button for Luke's office, asked his secretary to connect Luke immediately. "Go ahead,"
Luke's voice said a few moments later. "Are you with Suzannah right now? I'm outside, and I'm wondering why you're calling me instead of her. I've found the saboteur, and I need you back here right now before I confront them. Without telling Suzannah, because she needs her head in the game there. Is there an imminent threat to health and safety if you wait?" Luke asked after a moment of shocked silence. "No. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Sit tight." "Will do." Carlo hung up as the line went dead, clicked the mouse, and dragged it back to watch the 30 seconds of damning footage he'd found over again. The sommelier, Edouard, entered the cold room, glancing over his shoulder. His royal blue formal jacket was the flash of colour which had caught Carlo's eye as Edouard walked quickly along the cold room, withdrawing a syringe from his pocket. He stopped right in front of the cake stand at the end of the room, before taking off the protective dome and plunging the syringe into the birthday cake prepared for that afternoon's celebration. Just seconds later, he was dropping the syringe back into his pocket and walking back the way he'd come. "Unfucking believable," Carlo said softly, and then he paused the camera feed and hurried out of Suzannah's office, returning to the pastry kitchen and pulling Samira aside. She looked at him with wide eyes.
"Is something the matter, Chef Gianetti?"
"The birthday cake's been sabotaged," he said very quietly. "I know who did it. I'm waiting for Mr. Collier to get here so we can confront them. I need you to quickly and quietly prepare a replacement cake. Fortunately, the birthday guest may be wealthy, but he has simple tastes. He just wanted a chocolate fudge cake. You've got a couple hours to get it done."
Samira's eyes narrowed angrily as he spoke, her jaw setting stubbornly. "I won't let you down, Chef," she promised, keeping her voice low as he had done.
"Good. No matter what happens, that cake has to be ready, okay?"
"It will be." She looked both proud and determined, and he was certain he could leave the cake in her capable hands. With a quick glance around to check all was in order, he went back into the main kitchen and intercepted Julie.
"Mr. Collier's on his way in to address a problem. I'll be meeting with him in Suzannah's office. Unless the restaurant is literally on fire, nobody is to disturb us, okay?"
Julie looked startled, but she nodded. "Anything I should know about?" she queried.
"You'll know all about it shortly."
Seeing the anxiety in her expression, Carlo lowered his voice.
"You're not in trouble, Julie. Just hold the fort a little while longer, okay? And make sure nobody disturbs Samira. She's got a special job to do for me."
"You got it, Chef." He saw the same pride and determination come into her expression as he'd seen in Samira's, and nodded.
"Thank you."
Julie nodded in return before returning to her work with renewed vigour, and Carlo headed back to Suzannah's office. He brought up a second window on the computer and found the current surveillance feed from the main restaurant. Edouard was clearly visible, moving about between tables as customers began placing their drinks orders, heading for the wine pantry and returning with bottles. It was possible Edouard had sabotaged something else, but Carlo didn't think so. The sommelier was deliberately targeting desserts for a reason, and Carlo had a pretty fair guess as to what it might be. Obviously, he was hoping to get away with it, and sabotaging something else would make it twice as likely he'd be caught. A rap on the door had him glancing up and calling, "Come in." Luke entered, an uncharacteristic frown on his face.
"I was honestly hoping this was all some sort of series of unfortunate coincidences," he said as he closed the door. "I didn't want to believe anyone here would deliberately try to sabotage the restaurant." "You're really not going to like this, then?"
Carlo stood and gestured for Luke to take his seat.
Luke looked almost sick,
but he sat down and set his jaw, watching as Carlo brought up the short piece of damning surveillance footage.
No way.
Luke's jaw dropped as he watched.
Edward?
He looked up at Carlo.
You don't seem surprised. I'm not, really. He's wanted me gone from the moment I got here. But the sabotage started before you arrived, Luke pointed out. After Vicky was fired.
They stared at each other in speculation before Luke shook his head.
We're not getting anywhere just guessing. I don't want to do this here either. I'm going to go out into the restaurant and ask Edouard to accompany me to my office. I'll imply I've uncovered some evidence about his claims of you harassing Suzannah, if that's what it takes to get him to come with me. You go and meet us there.
Picking up the desk phone, he tapped a key to speed dial his own office.
Put me through to the police station at Airlie, he requested, and then get the helicopter on standby. They're going to need to bring officers over here.
Carlo pursed his lips in a silent whistle, but he met Luke's eyes and nodded. Edouard would have to be held to account for what he'd done. And the cake was evidence. They didn't even know what the substance was Edouard had injected. It could even be lethal. With that thought, Carlo headed for the cold room with a roll of tape he'd picked up from Susanna's desk drawer. He took a couple of minutes to tape the cover dome down over the cake stand and securely taped on a note which said, "Do not touch," with his signature at the bottom. Hopefully, that and the surveillance tapes would satisfy the police that the cake hadn't been tampered with by anyone except Edouard. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Luke's office and was waved in by Luke's secretary. He was quite relieved to see Corey, the resort's activities director, sitting in the waiting room leafing through a magazine, apparently just killing time. A big, well-muscled guy, Corey glanced up to catch Carlo's eye and gave him a slight nod. Not that Carlo thought he and Luke couldn't handle Edouard if the sommelier should by any chance turn violent, but having large, intimidating backup on hand until the police arrived was always useful. Edouard looked positively smug as Carlo entered, and he had to wonder what Luke had said to get the sommelier looking like that. Edouard probably believed he was about to witness Carlo getting his marching orders.
"I have some surveillance footage here I'd like you to take a look at," Luke said, after inviting Carlo to take a seat. "I believe you'll find it pretty damning."
Edouard still looked insufferably smug. Carlo wondered what he thought he was about to see, but it certainly wasn't the footage from the new hidden camera in the cold room, which Luke played for them on his large desktop screen. The silence in the room was almost deafening, until Luke said quietly, "I should advise you that this meeting is being recorded, by the way, and will be turned over to the police when they arrive, along with the footage I've just shown you, and the cake which Carlo has taken steps to secure as evidence." Pale-faced, Edouard seemed almost to have shrunk into his seat. He just shook his head and said nothing.
"Was it poison?"
Carlo had to ask.
"Would someone have died?"
"No." The sommelier flinched. He didn't seem inclined to say any more, though, not even when Luke slammed his hand down on the desk.
"Why? Tell me that. What reason could you possibly have for doing this?"
Luke was furious, Carlo realized, barely holding his temper in. Edouard didn't answer the question, however, and Luke audibly ground his teeth together.
"Maybe he'll be more inclined to talk to the police," Carlo said. "I think I hear the helicopter now." "Good," Luke ground out. "Because the sooner this madman is off the island, the happier I'll be."
Carlo and Luke saw Edouard handcuffed and escorted onto the helicopter by one police officer, to be returned to the mainland and taken into custody there, while the other accompanied them back to the restaurant to take the cake into evidence.
They found the used syringe hidden in the wine pantry, and the police officer sniffed as she carefully bagged and labelled it.
Nasty business. Good thing you spotted him on the cameras.
They'd handed her a USB key with copies of the incriminating surveillance footage too, and she told them the lab would prioritise identifying the contents of the syringe. Her partner would hold off questioning Edouard until she returned to the police station, and she promised to keep Luc updated if he decided to talk. All he'd said as he was placed under arrest was, "I want a lawyer," so it was doubtful they'd have any answers quickly. "I'm going to head down and see Suzannah," Carlo said, as Luc and the police officer prepared to leave the restaurant. "Break the news. I'll have to." He wasn't looking forward to it. Suzannah would be devastated at the betrayal of her trust. He knew she'd considered Edouard as like an older brother. Still, he wouldn't have her hear it from anyone else. Chapter 19. Luc had only been gone a couple of minutes when a harried production assistant came in and asked Suzannah to go to the other house, where the video crew wanted to talk to her about what she'd be doing. George tagged along behind, and Suzannah watched in amusement as he and Mist practically fell on each other. It was obviously a very new romance, she thought. Well, it had to be, if they were still worried about keeping it quiet from the press. Mist, as petite and beautiful in real life as she was on the screen, looked tiny in George's burly arms. The menacing-looking rugby player was clearly besotted, and the pop star just as evidently returned the feeling, despite George's battered face. Suzannah felt warm just looking at them. "It's the ginger babe," a voice exclaimed, and she sighed as B-Rex approached, grinning.
"Nice to meet you at last, Brian," she said, and B-Rex laughed good-naturedly.
"Oh, you discovered my dirty secret. It kind of destroys my mystique when you know about it, yeah?" He was actually a sweetheart, Suzannah decided.
"You destroyed your mystique when you asked a haute cuisine chef for hot dogs, I'm afraid," she told him.
"Hot dogs?" another voice interjected, horrified. "That's not what we ordered, is it? B-Rex, what did you do?"
"Your secret's safe with me," Suzannah whispered, as B-Rex looked briefly panic-stricken, and then she stepped past him to offer her hand to the older man she assumed was the producer or director or whatever they called it. "Just a joke, sir."
Good, good. The director looked relieved. "Okay, come through this way and we'll do a walkthrough. You can explain to me what food you have and what B-Rex will have to do on screen, and then we'll do a dry run." There was an awful lot of standing about involved in shooting a music video, Suzannah soon discovered, and going over the same thing over and over again until they had everything precisely cued to the music. Which meant she had to coach B-Rex through serving the pasta onto 2 plates, sprinkling pine nuts over the top with artistic flair, and carrying them to the table in the space of exactly 19 seconds. While she was working through that, trying not to get exasperated with the musicians fumbling, the camera crew were out on the beach with Mist, filming her walking in the edge of the water, lip-syncing along with the music being pumped from a large speaker.
"Like this,"
Suzannah said, taking the serving tongs from B-Rex and showing him the deft little twist of her wrist which swirled the tagliatelle into a perfect little cone. The rapper sighed, but he took the tongs again as she tipped the pasta back into the pan. "I wonder if we could cut the scene from me lifting the pasta from the pan to putting the plates on the table," he said. "You could do the presentation bit that way."
"I'm more than happy to, but I don't think that's part of the director's vision. So let's see if you can't get it right. You nearly had it last time," Suzannah encouraged.
"It smells fantastic. Can't I have a taste?" B-Rex wheedled.
"Of course you can." She opened a drawer and found a fork, handed it over. "Have you had lunch yet?"
On discovering they hadn't eaten since an early breakfast,
Suzannah insisted B-Rex sit down and eat a plate of the pasta, with a hearty chunk of damper on the side. George had already wolfed down a huge helping and pronounced it fantastic, and Suzannah watched with pleasure as B-Rex took a mouthful and his eyes lit up. "Shit! This is your hot cuisine?"
"Haute cuisine," she corrected him, smiling. "It means high. It's French."
"Don't think I'd appreciate it as much as if I was high," B-Rex said quite seriously, and she had to cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. Mist came in from the beach then, flushed and warm, and George immediately rushed to get her a glass of iced water. The producer wanted to take her straight back outside, but George wasn't having any of it, insisting Mist needed to eat. The director looked all set to argue until George stood directly in front of him and scowled. The rugby player looked intimidating as hell, at which point the director decided he'd quite like some lunch himself, actually. It was as good as watching a comedy on TV, Suzannah decided, once again having to stifle her laughter. She was having fun, she realised, even out of her element as she was. She was dying to tell Carlo about all of this later. As though her thoughts had summoned him, he arrived at that moment, escorted by the harried production assistant. He smiled as B-Rex got up to shake his hand and greeted George and Mist politely when they were introduced, but Suzannah thought he looked worried about something. When everyone's attention was returned to what they'd been doing before, he came up quietly beside Suzannah and put his arm around her waist. "Everything okay, Cara?"
"It's been fun, actually. B-Rex is getting the hang of the presentation."
"Good."
"Everything okay at the restaurant?"
Carlo seemed distracted, and that got Suzannah worrying. When he hesitated, she frowned and said,
"Excuse us a moment,"
to the room at large, before grabbing his hand and almost dragging him outside.
"Spit it out," she demanded. "What's happened?"
"I'm so sorry," Carlo said, his eyes anguished. "I'm so sorry, Cara. We caught the saboteur."
"Carlo, you're frightening me. What's happened? Is anyone hurt?"
He shook his head quickly.
"No, it was on Luke's new surveillance camera in the cold room. He was injecting something into the birthday cake for Mr. Hodges' party. Suzannah, it was Edward."
Suzannah stared at him incredulously.
"No,"
she said, after a minute of shocked silence.
"No, you can't. No, not Edward."
"I'm so sorry,"
Carlo said again, reaching out his arms towards her, and she collapsed against him, feeling suddenly cold and sick.
"Why?"
she gasped, anguished.
"He wouldn't say."
Carlo smoothed his hands down her back soothingly.
"Luke and I confronted him, but all he said was that he wanted a lawyer. He's been taken into police custody. They'll let us know if he decides to talk."
Wounded to the core by the betrayal of someone she had trusted, Suzannah groaned against Carlo's shoulder. He tightened his arms around her, just held her for long moments as she came to terms with it, and slowly pulled herself back together.
"What do you want to do?"
Carlo asked, and she loved him for offering her the choice.
"If you need some time, I can take over here, and Julie has the restaurant safely in hand. Or you could head back there and reassure yourself everything is okay, or carry on here. Whatever you need, we'll make it work."
For a long moment, she held tightly to his solid strength, trying to absorb his calm into herself, and then she lifted her head.
"We carry on as planned. I'll stay here until they wrap filming for the day, and then come on over to the restaurant. The director said they'll wrap right after sunset, so I'll be over there by the time dinner really gets going."
He didn't ask if she was sure, just put his arm around her and accompanied her back into the house.
"I can stay an hour, Cara,"
he said, and she nodded, grateful for his steadying presence. She was especially grateful when, a couple of minutes after they walked back into the kitchen area, Miss leapt up from where she'd been sitting at the table, talking with the director after eating, and bolted outside to throw up at the foot of a large palm tree.
Merde!
Suzannah bolted right after her, panicking. Had Edouard somehow managed to sabotage her ingredients before she brought them over here? But others had eaten the pasta. George ate a whole bowl of it and hadn't been ill. Mist held out a hand to hold Suzannah at bay, giving her a weak smile.
"Morning sickness,"
she whispered. "Shh." George was right on Suzannah's heels, gathering Mist's long hair in his big hand and holding it back from her face, wrapping his other arm around her supportively. Realizing she was both incorrect in her assumptions and unwanted on the scene, Suzannah retreated hastily. Carlo was hanging onto the edge of the kitchen bench, looking almost as queasy and panicked as Suzannah had felt a moment earlier. She met his eyes and shook her head, smiling.
"Nothing to do with us. She's pregnant,"
she said, speaking in rapid French, and Carlo immediately looked relieved. "Thank God," he said. "For a moment there, I panicked."
"Me too."
Suzannah let him draw her into a close embrace. B-Rex and the director were the only other people in the room, the crew on a short break, and the two men were obviously already aware of Mist's condition. B-Rex was eating his pasta unconcernedly, and the director rose to approach Suzannah and Carlo, expression wary. "Obviously, with Mist and George's relationship not yet public, her condition has to remain a secret as well," he began, and Suzannah at once held up her hand to stop him.
"As far as we're concerned, the confidentiality agreement we signed regarding the video shoot covers everything which happens on site," she said firmly.
The director looked relieved. "What happens on Sunfish Island stays on Sunfish Island," he joked. "Stays in this room. You don't want to know what the island gossip network is like," Carlo said dryly. "Please believe, nobody will hear of this from us."
"Thank you."
It was Mist's voice, a little thin and weak, as George solicitously led her back inside and over to the luxurious designer couch in the living area.
"I'm so sorry I threw up your wonderful pasta, Suzannah. I promise it was nothing you did."
The pop star grimaced as she sat down.
"I've barely been able to keep anything down for the last week. Whoever called it morning sickness was a bloody liar."
Suzannah lost no time in going over and crouching before Mist, reaching to touch her hand.
"Is there anything we can get for you? It's no trouble to make anything. Anything you want, we've got the ingredients. I hear ginger's good for morning sickness. I had a friend who couldn't keep down anything but ginger oatmeal biscuits and ginger ale for a couple of weeks in her early pregnancy. Still, it was more calories than none."
She was babbling, she realised, but she was genuinely concerned, and George was giving her a grateful look, obviously appreciative of her kindness.
"That actually sounds not totally unappealing,"
Mist said, after a few moments of consideration.
"I can't promise I'll keep it down, but at least the thought doesn't make me want to hurl."
Suzannah turned to look at Carlo, but he was already heading for the door. "I'll see if Jace has what I need," he called over his shoulder on the way out. "If not, I'll run back to La Sirène and make a batch." "Thank you so much," George said gratefully.
"As I said, it's no trouble at all," Suzannah said. "We're here to provide anything you need."
"In that case," B-Rex put in behind her, "about those hot dogs?" Chapter 20. Carlo was rather surprised when Suzannah came to join him in Jace's kitchen shortly afterwards, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. He was just sliding the first batch of cookies into the oven. "Good thing this kitchen's so well stocked," he said, "though I had to use ground ginger. I'll go back to La Sirène and make some for her with fresh after,
but the poor girl can't have eaten much in days. No wonder she looks like a breath of wind could blow her away."
"Oh no, she's so stunning," Suzannah said wistfully. "And did you see the way George looked at her?"
Carlo looked at her strangely as he closed the oven door, and then he straightened up and came over to her.
Like a man hopelessly in love, terrified the woman in his arms might turn out to be just a beautiful dream he can't hold on to, he asked.
"Yes," Suzannah said in surprise. "Yes, exactly like that."
"Do you realize that's how I look at you?"
His strong, capable hand settled at her waist, and he looked earnestly into her eyes.
"Cara, to me, you're far lovelier than any waifish pop princess. You're a strong, beautiful, confident woman, the most talented chef I've ever known, and I've been hopelessly in love with you since I was 19.
"Really?"
Suzannah's green eyes went very wide, and Carlo shook his head, laughing softly.
"How do you not know this, Suzannah? Have I not made it obvious? I've barely noticed another woman since I was a teenager, because none of them could even hold a candle to you. I came here hoping, praying you'd give me a second chance, that whatever took you away from me back then was no longer an issue. That I'd grown up to be worthy of you."
Carlo hardly dared to blink as he spoke, baring his soul to her, praying she wouldn't reject him again.
"You not worthy?"
She gaped at him.
"But it was always me."
"Only in your own head."
Carlo refused to hear it any more.
"This is the 21st century. Nobody cares what sort of family you came from or what suburb you grew up in, Suzannah. They respect you for what you've made of yourself, and I respect you more, knowing that you did come from humble beginnings and have ascended to the very top."
"You do?"
Carlo shook his head, half laughing, and then he took his hands off her waist and reached up to frame her face with them.
"I love you," he told her,
as plain and clear as he could, and then he repeated it in French, Italian, and Spanish for good measure. Suzannah's beautiful smile dawned as he stumbled through the words in German, and she giggled when he attempted Mandarin.
"Stop! Stop! I believe you."
"Oh, good," Carlo said gratefully. "I was all set to try Japanese and Russian too, but Takeshi said my accent was so bad he didn't even understand me."
"You idiot."
She leaned in and pressed her lips to his.
"You only needed to say it once. I love you too."
"Good."
He kissed her back, lingeringly, and they lost themselves in each other until the oven timer Carlo had the foresight to set began beeping.
"The cookies!"
they both cried in unison, and Carlo dived for the oven. They returned next door with a plate of warm ginger oatmeal cookies, both uncaring of how they looked, Suzannah's lips kiss-swollen and her chin reddened from Carlo's stubble, his hair standing up every which way, from Suzannah running her fingers through it. Mist and George were oblivious, focused on each other, but B-Rex gave them a decidedly amused look.
"Didn't know bacon cookies could be so much fun," he drawled.
Suzannah stuffed a cookie in his mouth as she passed, grinning at him. He chuckled and took a hearty bite. Suzannah was fairly sure George was going to end up eating more of the cookies than Mist, but the diminutive pop star was nibbling on one at least, and colour seemed to be coming back into her cheeks. They'd undertake to keep her supplied with as many as she wanted while she was on the island, and Carlo had already decided he'd be sending a large care packet with her when she left. Luke arrived shortly afterwards, just in time for them all to be kicked out again, so the dinner-serving scene could be filmed at sunset.
"The police called," he said succinctly. "Edouard's lawyer took one look at the surveillance footage and advised Edouard to make a full confession immediately. Turns out he was having a secret affair with Vicky and was furious you sacked her, Suzannah. It was as simple as that."
"So simple, and yet he could have ruined everything," Suzannah shook her head and sighed sadly. What will happen to him now?
That'll depend on what deal his lawyer can negotiate with the prosecutor. Luke shrugged. If he's lucky, he'll avoid jail time, but almost certainly his visa will be revoked. He'll have to go back to France and try to find work there.
Suzannah spared a few moments to regret the end of a friendship she had genuinely valued, but it was clear Edouard had never been who she'd thought. "Thanks for letting us know," she said quietly to Luke, who nodded and gave her a sympathetic smile, before his phone rang yet again and he excused himself to take the call.
"I'd better get back to the restaurant," Carlo said regretfully.
He hadn't let go of Suzannah's hand for more than a few seconds since the cookies came out of the oven, and she seemed just as reluctant as he to let go now, pulling closer to him for a few moments and nestling her face into the curve of his neck. He put his arms around her and held on tight. "I'll be back as soon as I can," she promised, before turning her face up to his and smiling. "And Carlo?"
"Yes, cara."
He couldn't resist stealing a kiss as close as she was. "I'm not running out on you this time. Not ever again." Emerald eyes were bright and very earnest as she gazed on him. "And if you dare run out on me, I'll chase you down until I catch you."
"Wild horses couldn't drag me away, cara."
Carlo knew, for certain, he was in for the long haul. He and Suzannah were going to earn another Michelin star, maybe even 2, and he was going to get her in front of a TV camera if it was the last thing he did. Suzannah Monteil was born to be a star, even if she was too modest to realise it. Epilogue. 5 months later.
"Hey, sit down."
Luke rose to greet them as Suzannah and Carlo entered his office. He was smiling broadly, so they knew they hadn't done anything wrong. It was likely good news he'd called them in to deliver. But the new Michelin guide wasn't due for a couple of months, so it couldn't be that. Glancing at each other speculatively, they took the indicated seats in front of Luke's desk.
"You look like the cat who just ate a canary," Carlo remarked. "I can practically still see the yellow feathers twitching."
Luke grinned.
Tweet, tweet. I never really thought this day would come."
"What day?" Suzannah demanded, impatient as ever. For answer, Luke set a magazine down on the desk, Australian Gourmet Dining.
"It's the annual Best Restaurants issue," he said. "Page 20. Take a look."
Suzannah's fingers shook as she fumbled through the glossy pages, Carlo's head tilted close to hers as they both peered at the magazine. Finally, it fell open to the right page, and they stared at the half-page glossy photo of the two of them, one taken from the resort's website publicity pages. "Best restaurant in Queensland?" Suzannah read the caption underneath the photo incredulously before her head snapped up and she stared at Luke. "Is this real?"
"It certainly is."
Luke's grin widened even further.
"Not only that, you're 5th in the entire country."
Suzannah's eyes filled with tears, but Carlo knew they were happy ones. It was an incredible achievement for a restaurant in its first 5 years of operation to make that list, and it was largely down to Suzannah's talent and hard work. He put his arms around her and kissed her brow as she tilted her head down to put her face into her hands, crying happy tears into them. They both knew what it meant. That second star was all but in the bag. All of the top 10 restaurants in the country in the previous year's edition of the magazine had earned at least 2 stars.
"You earned this,"
Carlo said fiercely into Suzannah's ear.
"Every bit of this is down to you. It should be your picture alone in there, not me stealing your glory."
She shook her head, pulling her hands away and frowning at him. "No, Carlo. Look." She stabbed her finger at the facing page of the magazine, where several photos of dishes served at La Sirène accompanied the article. "That's your lemon and mint soufflé, And your bush honey and macadamia cheesecake. We're a team.
Carlo stared at her, at the pride and determination in her expression, and he'd never loved her more than right at that moment. "Will you marry me?" The words came out without conscious thought, but he knew as soon as he said them it was the right time, the perfect moment. "Ahem," Luke said, and they both looked at him, startled. "Clearly you've forgotten I'm here, so I'll just, not be here. Take as long as you like. Bye. And if it's not too premature, congratulations." He practically ran from the room, closing the door firmly behind him. Suzannah couldn't help it. She started to laugh.
"Oh, Carlo, you just made poor Luke flee his own office in embarrassment."
He grinned. "I've been trying to scare other men away from you for years. It finally worked." It took several minutes for both of them to stop laughing, but finally Suzannah clasped his hands in hers and leaned in to kiss him, giggles still intermittently bursting out of her.
"Yes," she said. "Of course, Carlo. I'd love to. I love you."
Thank you for listening to Slow Simmer, Book 4 in the Island Escape series by Caitlin Lynch. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Copyright 2018. Audiobook production copyright 2021. Keep an eye out soon for Fighting Fate, Rosie's story, as she finds herself falling for a former MMA fighter recuperating from serious injury on the island. You can find more information on all the author's books at caitlinlynch.com.